Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Wait for the delay.
I can hear you.
No, we're testing the YouTube link.
Ah, okay.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Wait for the delay.
I can hear you.
No, we're testing the YouTube link.
Ah, okay.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Wait for the delay.
I can hear you.
No, we're testing the YouTube link.
Ah, okay.
Chris, are you watching the stream?
I'm trying to get to it right now.
Okay, we'll give him a second.
Yeah, I'm not pulling it up at all because there's too much.
Here's it.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Here, you just got to get your mic open, so.
Did you get Diane's video, Rita? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got all three videos.
Did you get Diane's video?
Yes, they're confirming that they have the video.
Yeah, and as you all know, Marcus call is only 1 minute, and how long is hers?
I know. Oh, wait, let me see. It's only 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Can Laura start early?
Hopefully.
And she's not by her computer most of the time, right?
Well, she's supposed to be today, according to Gabriella.
All right, can we send her a quick message, maybe? Oh, let me do that. Let me do that.
If you could send it to Laura and Gabriella,
Gabriella, okay.
since they're back to back,
Okay.
just so that they're aware.
Okay. Also, the questions.
She's got a mic.
Where
She's
am I
supposed to
gonna find them?
start at, I mean, she's supposed to get on at 9:25, so she should be on by the time we're speaking, so she's probably gonna be prepared to start as soon as we introduce her. But just to let her know would be a good idea.
Five, six, seven, eight.
Can you hear me now?
I hear her.
You can hear
Yeah.
me?
We also need to let Angel know. Faisal, since you're online, can you please tell Angel that we might be starting a little earlier with Laura so that we could get online? Thank you, thank you. Uh-huh. I'll send you a text also for Laura's to see if the Spanish is good. Faisal, I translated with I'll see if it
You
goes.
can hear us?
Okay. Thank you. Let me just send it to her.
Test 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Test 1, 2, 3. I can hear you.
We're good.
Faisal, can you reply? Thanks.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. As we begin today's program, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge someone whose leadership, vision, and unwavering commitment to legal education continue to inspire so many of us. Dean Marcus Cole, the Joseph A. Matson Dean and Professor of Law at Notre Dame Law School. While Dean Cole is unable to be with us today, he has graciously prepared a short video message for us. Before we play it, let me briefly introduce him. Dean Cole is a nationally recognized scholar and educator whose work span bankruptcy, law and economics, and institutional development. Before joining Notre Dame, he served for nearly 2 decades at Stanford Law School, where he was widely respected for his teaching and research and his mentorship and service. At Notre Dame, Dean Cole has championed the law school's mission of forming a different kind of lawyer, one who sees the law not merely as a profession, but as a vocation and service to justice and the common good. His leadership has been marked by a deep commitment to global engagement, diversity, and academic excellence. Now, please join me in welcoming Dean Cole virtually as we play his message.
Hello, I'm Marcus Cole, Dean of Notre Dame Law School, and I want to welcome you to Notre Dame and to the Notre Dame Law School Global Human Rights Clinic's 2025 Symposium on Human Rights, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development. As the world faces the challenges posed by a changing climate, We're all confronted by attention. In order to meet those challenges, we must acknowledge the role that economic development has played in creating them. But not all of the world enjoys the fruits of the economic development that has gone before. Further economic development brings even more climate risks. What's worse is that those climate risks are borne disproportionately by those suffering the inadequacies of underdeveloped economies. Catching up will require a balancing act. How will we bring prosperity to the poor without threatening their well-being at the same time? How can we protect the human rights of the most vulnerable as we seek sustainable development? The purpose of this symposium is to explore these big questions confronting the world. These questions may not be answered today, but they're worth asking. And I'm delighted that they're being asked today here at Notre Dame Law School. I want to personally welcome the participants in this discussion, and indeed all of you, to Notre Dame Law School, where we stand for the notion that all people are created in the likeness and image of God, and therefore they and the product of their labor, their money, is worthy of dignity and respect. Thank you and welcome.
It is now my distinct honor to open this important symposium and to briefly introduce Professor Diane Deserto, a globally respected scholar whose work continues to shape international law, human rights, and economic justice. Dr. Deserto is a professor of law and global affairs at the University of Notre Dame, where she teaches and writes on international economic law, human rights, comparative constitutional law, and the intersection between law, development, and global governance. A graduate of Yale, the university and the Philippine University, and a member of multiple academic and advisory bodies worldwide, she brings both scholarly depth and practical insight to the most pressing legal issues of our time. While Dr. Deserto is unable to be with us now, she has kindly prepared a brief virtual message to welcome us and share her vision for today's symposium. So please welcome your attention to the screen, and as we hear Professor Deserto for her message.
Hello, my name is Professor Diane Deserto. I am the founding director of the Notre Dame Law School Global Human Rights Clinic, and I would like to welcome everyone watching from Notre Dame as well as elsewhere in the world in our second symposium on human rights, climate change, and sustainability. Last year, we collaborated with the Kellogg Institute of International Studies to initiate our first symposium on human rights, climate change, and sustainability, where from an interdisciplinary space, we managed to examine various data sets on climate, on development, especially World Bank panel inspection jurisprudence, and jurisprudence of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. This year, the law school is collaborating with a distinguished roster of speakers, specifically the General Counsel of the World Bank Group, Senior Vice President Mr. Christopher Stephens, the Chair of International Sustainable Development Law at the University of Cambridge, Professor Mary Claire Cordonnier-Seger, as well as the General Counsel for the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, who is interested in looking at intersectional solutions involving human rights, climate change, and development. Our focus this year builds on our results from last year that focuses this time on outcomes and how to get to those outcomes in light of devising creative policy strategies, protective strategies, and cooperative strategies to protect and defend human rights, achieve climate outcomes through net zero neutrality, while not impeding development for future generations as well as the present population of the world. So we will be broadcasting live all day from our distinguished roster of speakers. We will also have a special keynote involving migration, and specially delivered by our own Vice President here at Notre Dame, the Reverend Father Dan Rudy, who is speaking from decades of his experience on the theology of migration and his own experience working with migrants around the world. And we will join these conversations together to focus on this year's thrust in our symposium at the clinic. This year, we focus on outcomes and how to get there. Please stay tuned. We have a full roster today. Thank you very much and welcome. In the spirit of Notre Dame's embrace of being a force for good and embracing human dignity, we welcome all of you to the second symposium.
Thank you. It is now an honor to welcome and introduce a truly inspiring speaker, Laura Viconia Pereira Manso. Laura is an indigenous woman from the Cariri people, born in Porto Velho, Rondônia, in Brazil. The daughter of migrant parents, she has undertaken a deep and a transformative journey in reclaiming and affirming her indigenous identity. She is a member of the Franciscan Catechist Sisters, and her academic background reflects her deep commitment to cultural and social understanding. She holds a degree in anthropology, a specialization in social psychology, and a master's degree in indigenous linguistics. Today, she brings with her a wealth of lived experience, spiritual wisdom, and scholarly insight. Laura will speak to us in Spanish, and an English translation will be provided by our own JSD student, Angel. Please join me in warmly welcoming Laura Viconia Pereira Manso for her presentation.
Peace be with you all that are participating of this symposium with about climate vulnerability and human rights, litigation strategies for sustainable protection. I speak to you from the Amazon. It's very important for us to say where we're speaking from. I'm at the Amazonic region that is conformed by 9 countries and that is connected by water. And for us, it is life and well-being for the peoples that inhabit this vast region since more than 12,000 years ago. The Amazon River is like an artery for the continent and for the world. It flows like the veins of the nature in the territory. It is life for us, for our cultures, and for our cultural expressions. Water of the Amazon River is like blood that gives life wherever it goes through. This cycle benefits the vast forest and the vast nature here that guarantees the sovereignty, the food sovereignty and security for the original peoples, traditional communities, and urban communities that were formed by the river. The Amazon, apart from having this rich biodiversity, has also rich social diversity. There are more than 190 original peoples, more than 140 original peoples that are still isolated, and that live right now the imminent risk of extinction. There are many communities, Caucanos, Afro-descendants, urban communities, peasant communities that are affected, impacted in their rights because of the advancement of the destruction economy that is progressing towards through their territories. I want to say that water that we have in the Amazon, that the Amazon itself helps to help the climate in the entire planet. The subterranean rivers are interconnected with its flora, with its nature, and with its people. Nevertheless, for this system to work, it is necessary to take care of the forest, guaranteeing this way the cycle of water and the food sovereignty of our people that live out of the water of the rivers, of the forests, and of the land. In all this that is interconnected, I want to say that us, the Amazonic people, need to be heard because we have the burden of having an ancestral wisdom. We've lived together with this ecosystem for more than 12,000 years in a way that we guaranteed life to all people. Nevertheless, in the last 30 years, the Amazon has experimented deep changes with the many colonization cycles that exploits the Amazon and leaves its inhabitants evermore in extreme poverty and vulnerability situations regarding climate. Also, we are in a vulnerability related to the access of our fundamental rights. Once I did this introduction, I am going to talk about the route that we've taken towards the defense of water, that is a fundamental right, specifically the defense of the river Madeira River, that is a river that was colonized and it's being threatened in its existence. Last year, we had the worst drought in our region. The river had less than 48 centimeters in its riverbed. And this has threatened the existence of the people that live from the river, that depend on the river, that live on this sacred food that is for us. For us, the Madeira River is the source of life, but also is the expression of our spirituality. We had the river as our sustainability source, where we had abundant fishing for our consumption. But this river has also been source of economic speculation and the commercialization of minerals or its hydric nature. Mining has intensified since the 80s, and today we have the worst water in terms of quality and an unprecedented presence of mercury in the Madeira River water. More than 10 species of fish have been condemned, and we cannot take them for consumption. I'd like to emphasize in this the Madeira River for us has a spiritual value. And when we're taking these big decisions in those centers, big centers of decisions, and the jurisprudence, this aspect is not emphasized. This material good cannot be only repaired in its social environmental dimension. There is a debt that is and was the enforced displacement of the communities from their places of origin with their spirituality. So I asked myself, justice at the state level, can it repair this? If it's as if the economic exploitation was low, the river has continued to being exploited where um, the economy is the priority at the expense of the people that benefit from the river and its riverbed. There's now a hydroelectric complex that was built by the river that affected numerous communities and the urban population of the municipality in which I live, Portobello. With under the idea of generating energy for the state, they designed the most, the biggest, the biggest waterway to the transport of rice through the country. Our ancestors already told us that the Madeira River has a big river, an anaconda that awakens. And if that we awaken her, she's going to end with the city of Portobello. For us, was a reality. This became true with the construction of the hydroelectric and waterway fluvial complex in Madeira. What was a far threat is now present in the daily life of our people. Between 2023 and 2024, we had the worst drought of our history. This is not a climate isolated event. This is part of a process of progress of the destruction economy that mercantilizes the water, the land, the forest, the life. The Madeira River in September of last year had the worst drought. Before it had 13 meters, and in September it had 48 centimeters uh, of its waterbed. And sometimes, at some point, it got to 25 centimeters of water, something that we had never seen in our history. This has compromised the climate levels of the region that dropped to a level never seen before, putting at risk the life of the population that lives near the shore of the river. Less than 6 months ago, after very intense droughts, we are going through the second worst flooding in our history. The communities that were suffering the drought now were displaced during March and April because of the flooding. These communities had already had losses because of the drought. Now they have their chacras and their houses flooded because of the current climate change that were caused by human action. In 2014, with the first flooding, the affected communities, which were indigenous and were riverbed communities, judicially sued the multinational corporation in charge of it, responsibilizing the corporation for the loss of their houses. After many months, the affected people never received any reparation, and the federal justice closes her eyes and is very slow in face of these injustices, and we never get the justice that we want so much. Water for us is source of life, but with the advancement of the economy of destruction, this common good, fundamental right of all living beings, is seriously threatened and compromised. For the first time in our history, we are having the imminent and real threat that this natural source droughts completely, and that way ending the life of all the people that depend on it. It's ironic to say that our daily water is every day less hours, whether it's because of the floodings or the droughts. Shamefully, this fundamental and universal good is going away because of a rationality based on the economy and profit, compromising all life, microorganism, animals, human beings that are connected in nature, forming a chain of life. We could never imagine to experience this extreme climate created by human beings that compromised the river number 17 regarding the biggest river of the world. The river is every day less ours. This universal right is being merchandised, and it's being traded with a dollar prize, leaving at the margins thousands of people that do not benefit from public policies regarding potable water and sanitation. Portobello is one of the cities in which the population has less access to potable water and to the worst sanitation system. How can we not be alerted, alarmed? Because of this critical situation, that the water is not ours anymore. What life would the future generations have? How to resist the attacks of those who make their own bed? How not to get alarmed because of the lack of a fundamental right of all living beings? The original people, according to the Amazon Synod, are people, ancestral people that embalm the whole continent out of hope. We continue to resist in an organized way against those to promote the death of Mother Earth. Although we don't have a lot of resources, we are the ones that are denouncing the advancement of the economy of destruction that merchandises life, water, and forest, all goods that are unalienable and that they are fundamental for the indigenous communities and for our connection that we have with land, water, and forest. We're still here, organized. We're still fighting, whether peasants, original peoples, or water river shore peoples. We are going to continue fighting for the right of a healthy environment. And in the last 15 years, we've lived extreme climate phenomena, historic floodings and protracted droughts, and now another one, another flooding. But those who resist, we keep being those who resist against the neoliberal system. We keep being the voice that rises against the death of the river, the land, and the destruction of the forest. I end with a petition of help. The Amazon is at the border, at the edge of a social environmental collapse. And to support it, we need a bigger network of solidarity and support. Only us, the Amazonian people, are not going to be able to protect it and to safeguard it alone. We are in a vulnerable position. If we take care of the land, she takes care of us. If we want water for the future generations, we need to start today and not leave for tomorrow because tomorrow would be too late. Access to justice is a right of everyone and an obligation of the states and multilateral organisms. So I call upon everyone to safeguard the Amazon as a heritage of all humanity. To end, I would ask for a second of silence for Pope Francis that has passed away. Thank you very much. And now, if we have time, we can see the video so you can see what's going on during, before, and after.
Eu me chamo Maria Nilce. Eu tenho 55 anos que moro aqui nessa comunidade brasileira. Eu nasci e me criei aqui pelos meus pais, né, que também era do sítio. E criei meus filhos todos aqui, nessa área aqui ribeirinha brasileira. Eu nunca tinha visto uma situação tão difícil, tão precária que nós estamos passando nessa seca. É uma seca que está deixando nós muito afetados. Nós estamos passando uma crise de água e o poder público não comparece aqui para trazer água para nós, né? Que é o pessoal da Defesa Civil promete que vem.
Tá, já? Uhum. Eu moro no Bom Será, meu nome é André Pinto dos Santos. Aí hoje nós temos uma situação difícil no Bom Será por causa dessa seca. Eu sou agricultor. Aí 100% eu tô perdendo minhas bananas porque tá tudo feio, não desenvolve a banana. E aí a gente tá perdendo. Aí no rio, como eu sou pescador, tenho carteira, não interessa a gente ir no rio para a gente pescar. Situação difícil, não tem água para o peixe subir.
Olha aí, se nós não tivéssemos trepado coisa, Milena, o balcão, tá no fundo. Ah, já tem lama já. Tá aterrando já. Ô, meu pé de coisa vai morrer. Tem que levar um gás dessa roda pra salvar.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. We only have one question for you from the audience. As an indigenous leader and someone directly connected to the territories affected by the crisis of the Amazon, including the Madeira River region, how do you envision a model of justice that truly repairs the harm caused by the economic exploitation? And what forms of reparation, legal, territorial, cultural, or otherwise, do you believe are essential to restore both environment and the dignity of your people?
Situation that we live in Brazil, we say that justice is something very slow. She doesn't walk that much. And with the people here, in fact, we are thinking to bring these suits that here in Brazil we're already doing, take these suits to an international level. And from the point of view of justice, how are we going to repair a river whose death has already been decreed? How? How are we going to repair the life and the spirits that inhabited these rivers? How? I think that that concept for justice are concepts that I think we need to go deeper about, and to see these elements in the river, the land, and the forest as subjects of rights. It's not only us that are being affected, but the river itself, the land itself, the forest itself are being affected. So our way of organizing, of resisting, is to continue fighting at differentiated levels, with the work at the community, at the base of the community, presenting suits at the national level, but now looking for ways to present suits at an international level. So that way we can have access to justice, because we're thinking about the future generations, that what life will they have? That's why we need to act today. And justice will always, although slow, always will be the strategy, so we can guarantee life for the future generations. Here's from where we're going to continue fighting, uh, having this global support too.
Thank you so much, Laura, and thank you for your presentation. It is now my pleasure to introduce our second speaker, a leader whose work stands at the crossroads of engineering, education, and social transformation. Gabriela Sacco, with a foundation in civil engineering, hydraulics, and advanced studies in education from the University of Leicester, innovation and entrepreneurship from the London School of Economics, strategic marketing from Cornell, and future scenarios planning from Oxford. Gabriela brings a truly interdisciplinary lens to the urgent challenges of water justice and sustainability. Her career has been shaped by the belief that education is powerful, and it is a powerful catalyst for social change. She co-founded and led 3 institutions of higher education focused on business, sustainability, and technology, including Argentina's first University of Water. She has designated and designed delivered academic programs in collaboration with IHE-DELT, the University of Buenos Aires, and institutions across Latin America. Gabriela's work extends to regional and global platforms. She has collaborated with SEAMA, REPAM, our water justice in the Amazon, coordinated high-level events at the Vatican on sustainability and ethics, and serve as a liaison between the United Nations and the Vatican on climate policy and global ethics. She's also a passionate advocate for gender equity and water governance, working through the World Bank's Equal Aquas platform, and leads training programs over 3,000 professionals annually at the Technical Education Institute of Bactos in partnership with ANI SA of the Latin American largest water utilities. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome her, and please help me in warmly welcoming Gabriela Sacco for her presentation.
Thank you, John Mark. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to share today at this virtual forum to reflect not only about the challenges of the Amazon Synod and the processes it has triggered, but also about the continuous challenge of protecting indigenous and other vulnerable communities across Latin America. Including vulnerable communities, let us consider also the reality of people living in poverty, marginalization, or displacement, like Afro-descendants, riverine or urban poor communities that may meet or share common challenges with indigenous peoples, particularly in suburban or peri-urban settings. It is precisely this rich complexity, marked by a plurality of identities, worldviews, and conditions, that makes the Amazon, as well as other similar regions, but particularly the Amazon, such a socially and environmentally challenging territory to understand and engage with. Across Latin America, urbanization of indigenous people is a structural and growing trend, and the majority of indigenous migration to cities occur under explicit or implicit pressures, such as deforestation, lack of adequate infrastructure, extractivism, violence, climate change impact on their land, political marginalization, and lack of educational and work opportunities. The promise of better living conditions and opportunities in large cities is a powerful draw for younger generations, and while it is especially critical among indigenous communities, it is not exclusive to them. If we take Bolivia, for example, over 60% of the country's indigenous population now live in cities. And this replicates in other Latin American countries where displaced indigenous communities settle on urban margins, often invisible to public policy, and most of the times with no access to basic services such as water or sanitation. This creates tensions for cities themselves that must respond to growing service demands for which they are often not prepared. Protection and recognition, then, must extend beyond territory, and it should include the urbanized and fragmented realities of indigenous life, where land, survival, culture, and spirituality intersect in complex ways. In fact, the protection agenda is challenged by an inherent tension between technical solutions, governance frameworks, and cultural identity. In my own country, Argentina, close but not within the Amazon, the common destination of the Guarani communities are cities like Posadas or Resistencia in the northern area of our country, and also Buenos Aires, the country's capital, that receives migrant labor. And once in large cities, the challenge of these peoples is to be made visible and, as I mentioned earlier, to gain access to basic services. And receiving a water bill, for example, that grants them visibility recognition and transforms them into visible citizens within a system that would otherwise exclude them. Before moving ahead with this presentation, let me acknowledge that I do not live in the Amazon. Unlike leaders like Sister Laura Vicuña, who describes the reality of the Amazon and of Portobello with education, data, information, experience, and tenderness, my experience is far from one of daily resistance. My work from the Institute of Global Dialogue and Culture of Encounter, which I direct, has been to help to shape spaces for dialogue among different stakeholders, and especially considering networks like the REPAM, the Kleshel Pan-Amazonic Network, the Kleshel Conference of the Amazon, or the Kleshel Ecological Mesoamerican Network, as well as where indigenous leaders, church voices, policymakers, private sector, water utilities, international organizations, and academics come together, not in hierarchy, but in listening, and with the spirit of open dialogues and collective discernment towards the co-creation of solutions to complex water-related socio-environmental issues, policies, or governance frameworks. Spaces where all voices can be allowed to speak from a position of authority. I was listening the other day, a cardinal from Myanmar, reflecting during the congregations prior to the next conclave that we are in a deep need of human leadership. A human leadership that may soften the hardened hearts of those who threaten both humanity and nature. A voice that Pope Francis expressed so well, that of a human leadership. He also said that that the next war was going to be a war about water. Pope Francis, with whom we had an extensive work, pronounced those words, speaking about a war over water, in 2017 at the close of a seminar that we organized from the Institute of Global Dialogue at the Pontifical Academy of Sciences on the human right to water. That seminar in February 2017 also marked the first time that the Pan-Amazonic Eclesial Network, then presided by the Brazilian Cardinal Claudio Umes, who was also a president of that seminar, was present in an academic event in the Vatican. The dialogue we began in February 2017 at that seminar brought together nearly 100 referents from all over the world to speak about the human right to water. It brought together scientists, philosophers, academics, water utility executive, labor unions, policymakers, private sector, religious and representatives of different faiths, and indigenous defenders. The seminar and its special segment on the Amazon was maybe a prelude of what would become the Amazon Synod announced by Pope Francis later that year in October. The Amazon Synod in October 2019 was a prophetic moment. It did not begin in the center in Rome, it began in the peripheries. It aimed to center indigenous peoples, not as recipients of charity, nor of foreign solutions, but as protagonists in discernment. And as Pope Francis acknowledged in his final synodal speech, we are still learning what it means to be synodal. We are still asking what it means in practice to work together, to discern, and most critically, to protect. It is also true that the term synodality, while central in Catholic context, carries an ecclesial specificity that may not be easily accepted or understood in secular, academic, or intercultural spaces. In these spaces, terms like co-creation, collective discernment, or participatory processes may suit a broader language. However, it is interesting to note how the Church concept of synodality may have also become a synonym of decentralization of power and listening to the peripheries, calling for a rebalancing of global power and validating the voice and leadership of the global South. Maybe synodality may mirror a deeper global yearning for protection and participatory justice. But protection is and must be a human and planetary imperative. Climate change is not an external unknown force. It is the result of choices made by systems and societies, particularly those with power. The Amazon and its people are not just a region, they are a climate stabilizer for the planet, and their destruction will eventually affect all of us. Jeffrey Sachs points that global governance still clings to outdated hierarchies, and it can certainly be so. Shared responsibility, like synodality, requires both shared voice and decision-making. As such, the protection of the Amazon must be co-owned by a number of social actors, by states, communities, academic institutions, and faith, and institutions of faith. It should also be recalled that the required protection is not merely physical. It is political, cultural, epistemological, and spiritual, as Sister Laura has pointed out. One of the greatest challenges we face is that being listened is not the same as having power. There's a fundamental difference between having a voice and having a vote. In many cases, indigenous leaders are included in dialogues as guests, but not as decision makers. Their knowledge is welcomed, but not truly validated. Let me share an example of post-synodal protection through dialogical approaches. In 2021, as part of our international water program, we accompanied the case in the Caquetá region of the Colombian Amazon, a region under threat from oil extraction projects launched without proper conservation or environmental safeguards. We accompanied the development of a case along 6 months, supported by the REPAM, the Ecclesial Pan-Amazonic Network, and the SELAM, where local peasant communities opposed an oil extraction initiative due to what the community understood that were flawed environmental assessments and the risk to their water systems and self-sustaining livelihoods. The rejection was grounded not only in their lived experience, but also in the legal recognition of the Amazon as a subject of rights, as established by Colombia's Constitutional Court. What emerged after the 6 months' work was a powerful proposal of multidisciplinary dialogue developed by a team formed by lawyers, engineers, economists, social workers, community representatives, all of them from different backgrounds, and who together and in contact and in permanent communications with the original communities living there, decided to begin to co-create a series of transformative initial questions. How can participatory consultation be guaranteed before concessions are granted? Why not redefine oil bidding frameworks to account for Amazonian ecological vulnerability? Can community-led monitoring systems be part of environmental governance? What non-extractive development alternatives could be equally viable? This was a case where deliberative dialogue grounded in territorial conflicts can challenge extractivist paradigms and catalyze protection through co-creation, both of ideas and governance proposals. The dialogue didn't erase the conflict, but reframed the struggle, not as development versus protection, but as life versus erasure. The journey of organizing spaces that laid the groundwork for these kind of interactions has been long, and much of it is based upon sociological theories and principles of adult learning. Particularly since 2015, from the Institute of Global Dialogue, we have built and have focused on building spaces for dialogical transformation. The Human Right to Water seminar at the Pontifical Academy of Science in 2017, the seminar From the Right to Water to the Right to Peace, also in 2017 in Colombia at the Javeriana University, accompanying Pope Francis' visit to the country. That particular seminar united in dialogue private sector, former members of the FARC, the church, NGOs, government officials, indigenous communities. We also work on the Presidential Forum Connecting Water and Future Rights in May 2019 in Buenos Aires, opening the dialogue beyond the geographical limits of the Amazon. We did water forums during the pandemic in 2020 with dialogues between participants from all over the world, from Noam Chomsky to the president of Sabesp, the largest water utility in Latin America based in Sao Paulo, and indigenous leaders such as Patricia Walinga. Throughout such encounters and many others, we have seen how dialogue towards action protects, not because words are magical, but because dialogue may shift the structures of knowledge and relationships. Paulo Freire considers that dialogue is not a method, but an act of creation and liberation. And as Anthony Giddens observed, decision makers interpret facts through word views. Dialogue allows those word views to be examined and transformed. In the Diploma in Water Governance that we launched in 2021, we took these principles and institutionalized them as a pedagogy where transformation happens when participants from ecclesial networks, not only the REPAM, but other ecclesial networks like the Mesoamerican one, different Caritas in Latin America, engineers, water utility managers, and so on, recognize that their perspectives approaching solutions to complex social environmental problems are not neutral. They are shaped by world views. And those world views meet in dialogue, or when they meet in dialogues, they sometimes shift. We must also name a deeper threat to indigenous and vulnerable populations protection, the technocratic logics that prize efficiency over life. When governance is reduced to KPIs and budget lines, as Albert Camus used to say, we become bureaucrats of life. Dialogue becomes then a tool to improve performance, and protection becomes policy without presence and without engagement. The Amazon Synod reminds us that protecting indigenous communities is not exclusively about laws or land rights. It is about rethinking relationships between the church and the territory, although I have to admit that the matter goes well beyond my scope as an engineer and as an educator, but also rethinking relationships between knowledge systems and power systems, between the global and the local. Pope Francis, in the Amazon Synod closing speech, quoting Mahler, said, "Tradition is the safeguard of the future, not the worship of the ashes. That future will be safeguarded not through control, but through listening, discernment, and co-responsibility." To protect is to think how to redistribute power for a flourishing and possible future for all. It is to recognize knowledge, to honor place, and to cherish our common shared humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. And we have two quick questions. One, as someone deeply involved in the defense of the human rights to water, how do you see the growing water demands of emerging community technologies, especially AI and data centers, impacting water access to communities already facing scarcity? Given that these technologies are unlikely to slow down, what legal policy or advocacy strategies do you think are necessary to ensure that this new pressure on water resources doesn't worsen existing inequalities, especially in regions already affected by climate change? The second one, as someone who's deeply involved in the defense of human rights to water, how do you see the growing water demands on, well, that's practically the same questions, but from two different people. So.
Thank you, Jean-Marc. Well, the use of AI and the use of water for different purposes is certainly a challenging question. From our point of view and thinking about the necessity of co-create and think together solutions, considering people at the center, we always go back to the issue of governance. It is not new that most problems of water access are problems of water governance. Water governance, in simple terms, is about who receives the water, when they receive the water, where and how. So those are the things that we have to work out together, always remembering that people comes first. And I think that this right now is a huge challenge.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. And for those listening on the YouTube channel, you can go to the link that was provided and you'll see a Q&A link where you could type your questions and I'll address your question or send your questions to the speaker. Now we are going to introduce our third speaker. It is a true honor to introduce our next speaker, whose work at the intersection of law, business, and human rights has shaped both scholarship and global policy. Professor Michael K. Addo is a professor of law of Notre Dame Law School and serves as the director of the Notre Dame London Law Program. He is an internationally respected legal scholar with deep expertise in international human rights law and human rights responsibilities of businesses. He is the author of several influential works, including The Legal Nature of International Human Rights and the upcoming International Human Rights Law in a Nutshell, reflecting his ability to distill complex global issues into accessible, actionable insights. His impact extends far beyond the academic world. From 2011 to 2018, Professor Addo serves as a member of the United Nations Working Group on Business and Human Rights, with a mandate to promote and implement the UN Guideline Principles on Business and Human Rights. In that capacity, he produced policy papers and thematic reports for the United Nations Human Rights Council and the General Assembly, and provided strategic guidance to governments, corporations, and advocacy organizations alike. Notably, he has served as a chairperson of the Coordinated Committee on UN Special Procedure Mandate Holders from 2015 to 2016. helping to steer international human rights engagement at the highest level. Today, Professor Addo will speak to us on a topic of increasing global urgency, the role of business in advancing human rights. Please join me in welcoming Professor Addo for his presentation.
Thank you very much, John Mark, for that very warm and extremely kind introduction. I particularly like the bit of the task of having to distill complex issues into digestible standards, and I'll do my best to live up to that standard. Now, I'm very conscious of the time, and the task given me is an enormous one, so I'm going to try as much as possible to set some very key pillars that will tease out questions and answers if we can have them during or after my presentation. So I'd like to start, if I may, by placing my presentation on the role of business in advancing human rights in context. And I really want to put it in the context of the wider theme of the symposium. Because as the theme of the symposium suggests, we are responding to multiple challenges posed by climate change, human rights, and sustainable development. However, whatever the differences in the specific ways in which each approach responds to the questions and challenges posed, there are some very common characteristics, including whatever format or perspective you take, whether you take the human rights approach or the environmental approach or the sustainable development approach, the objectives and the potential outcomes are exactly the same. In this sense, amongst other things, we'll be seeking to uphold some shared societal values that can actually improve the quality of our lives and our planet. That's essentially what we need to do. Now, in fact, the scholarship or the general consensus in the scholarship and the emerging practice, both in business and society, will seem to suggest that all three challenges are best conceived as interconnected and interrelated. And this interconnectedness is evident in the shared principles that underlie the key international and national normative standards that drive our responses to the emerging challenges. Now, by normative standards, I'm actually referring to standards such as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, the OECD Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct, the European Union's Corporate Sustainability and Due Diligence Directive, not to mention national laws on environment, national laws on human rights, national and international litigation, regional human rights standards, and so on. I mean, these are the standards, but whatever differences you take, be it in climate change, be it in sustainable development, or directly in human rights, we are aiming to achieve the same thing. Now, the interrelatedness that I'm referring to are fairly also clear in the principles that underlie these. First and foremost, that the issues that we are concerned, whether we are climate activists or whether we are human rights activists or we are sustainable development, these issues are very common regardless of geography. They're common to us all. Secondly, all of the responses require partnership of all stakeholders. In other words, it seems commonly agreed in responses to climate change issues, to sustainable development issues, and to human rights issues that we need to have some shared responsibility between stakeholders or some sort of partnership. And that also, that another key principle that seems to underlie everything to do with all that we have to do is to prevent or to be cautious. Prevention is better than trying to redress later. Finally, and as with all the challenges above, it is also about reconciling legitimate competing claims and values. Now, that's the structure of where we are with the problems that we have with climate change, sustainable development, and human rights. So each of these approaches can adopt a slightly different way to achieve this. So, but whatever the difference is, the partnership issues, the prevention issues, the reconciliation issues are fairly standard. And they are quite important in achieving almost all the objectives regardless. So, to the specific tasks that I've been asked to address on the role of business in advancing human rights, and through that, certainly advancing better climate justice or effective sustainable development, we can see that we can have some lessons from the human rights approach that are transferable to the climate change approach. Or indeed, that by upholding human rights, we succeed in redressing some very specific climate issues or indeed development issues. So, the role of business enterprises in advancing human rights is firstly founded on the principle, as you can guess, of partnership. Partnership that I referred to as common to all the responses, but partnership between the stakeholders in the conduct of business. So, the United Nations Guiding Principles that were endorsed by the Human Rights Council in 2011 and often acknowledged as the most authoritative framework for addressing business-related adverse human rights in the conduct of business, or for that matter, for human rights issues arising from climate change and sustainable development, also come with one of the key principles that no single stakeholder, not even governments on their own, can redress these issues. It requires partnership. And it is for this reason that the UN Guiding Principle, that is, affirms the role that businesses have and responsibilities to recognize and contribute to human rights issues. Beyond the affirmation that the UNGPs has, it also sets out clear principles, clear processes and expectations for business in advancing human rights. Now, I'll use this as my point of reference, even though, as we know, there are a lot more to business and human rights than just the UN principles. The primary expectation for business enterprises under the UNGPs, as you can predict, is prevention. The UNGPs require that businesses approach human rights as a risk-based issue, one which businesses enterprises are asked to see that no harm is done to themselves and to third parties, because any harm to third parties, be it communities or individuals, indigenous peoples, also risks damage to the company reputationally, financially, and legally. So that if this is a risk, then you expect the UNGPs, as it does, from this perspective, to make it make sense that it requires companies to take steps to identify these risks to human rights, eliminate them as best as possible, and if they cannot be eliminated, to mitigate them. And to be able to do this, they need to be able to know and show these risks and how they eliminate these risks. So knowing and showing as a principle within the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights requires companies to respect human rights, because if you know what rights are arising or at risk in the conduct of your business, you then can take steps to eliminate them. So this process of knowing what the risks are, according to the UN Guiding Principles, in turn has the following characteristics: that number one, the business enterprise must make a very, very deliberate and express commitment, approved at the highest level of that company, the board or the CEO, that they will respect human rights. Secondly, that they will take all the necessary steps to identify all or actual or potential risks. This is often referred to as undertaking a human rights impact assessment. Next, they should integrate any findings from this human rights impact assessment into the functions and management processes of the company. Also, they should be able to track when they've done this integration, they should be able to track the effectiveness of any changes. And finally, they should be able to communicate any evidence of progress. The concept of knowing and showing. Knowing and showing, therefore, underlies what the UN Guiding Principles refers to as human rights due diligence. That is the first of the expectations of companies to prevent adverse human rights harm. So now every time I make reference to human rights, I'd like the audience to kind of try and transpose this into climate change. Preventing climate harms is also part of the process of the responsibilities of prevention damage in development projects is also part of that corporate responsibility. So that's the first of the expectations. The second expectation, and I should say in the light of the first, really, we can actually think of the second as a secondary expectation, but equally important. And that is to redress all adverse human rights that the company has caused itself or has contributed to, or to which they are directly linked. So this concept in the UNGPs of cause, contribute, directly linked, is meant to respond to all existing human rights harms, as in human rights harms that predate a particular project. Secondly, they are meant to cover all adverse harms that slip through the prevention net, the human rights due diligence net. Of course, there are undertaken by the company could oversee or could overlook certain that causes harm. You're supposed to redress these. The cause, contribute, directly link also engages company to take responsibility for adverse human rights across the entire enterprise, supply, and value chain. In other words, it's not only limited to one particular company or just one member of the supply chain or a subsidiary. So the concept, which is in part of the second expectation, to redress according to the UNGPs, will require that the enterprise should create an opportunity for stakeholders internally to complain or at least raise the issue so that the company can deal with it. This is often referred to as the internal dispute settlement or an operational grievance mechanism that should also not be the end of the road, but should be linked and therefore keep open doors to other mechanisms such as the state non-judicial remedy system, National Human Rights Institution, for example, or the National Contact Point system under the OECD guidelines, as well as continuing, if that's not satisfactory, to state judicial mechanisms up to the highest court, the Court of Cassation, or the Supreme Court. Now, I know that we can often reflect and think, well, if we set up or allow a company to set up an operational grievance mechanism, that is almost being a judge of its own mess. That is true, but there are some very clear guidelines in the UNGPs as to what an effective operational grievance mechanism should be like. It includes the need for this to be legitimate, it's got to be accessible, equitable, transparent, and rights compatible. Now we can break each of these down into further detail. And by the end of it, it becomes very clear that not every operational grievance mechanism will satisfy this unless it's very deliberately contracted. Now, there's a third expectation to which I shall refer in a moment. But before I do that, I should say that there is a lot of practice on the UN Guiding Principles. It is not simply a case of a sort of international norms, but these norms have had a very large uptake by a lot of business enterprises seeking desperately to follow the guidelines of the UNGPs, including undertaking human rights due diligence. So the question now about the UNGPs and its impact potentially on climate change and its impact also on sustainable development is not about whether companies are required to respect human rights. The difficulty that these companies are having is more, how do you undertake effective due diligence? How do you deliver an effective redress system through an operational grievance mechanism? It's the how question which is now exercising minds of most companies. There is also the challenging question of how do we ensure, as required by the UNGP, that human rights will be respected throughout the entire value and supply chain. So these are kind of very practical, logistical challenges that the companies are facing. But that's where we, as practitioners and advocates, come in to be able to guide them in the process. Now, I mentioned a minute ago that there was a third expectation. The first being prevention. They have to ensure that they know the risks and that they can eliminate them. The second is, should they be confronted with real adverse human rights, that they should redress them. The third of the expectations, which is usually much more to do with businesses that are closer in their dealings with government, is probably an equally important one. That governments will set clear expectations, and in some instances, only some guidance, that companies will respect human rights within the jurisdiction of the company, but also throughout its entire business operations. Now, these have some very serious implications in terms of practice and changing the manner in which business is conducted. Similarly, there will be, according to the UNGPs, extra scrutiny of human rights performances where the business itself has a governmental nexus, has some connection with government. And again, I can explain this and the reason for this a little bit more if necessary. So, for example, if you are involved with government procurement and the government is calling for tenders, there is the expectation that the requirements of human rights will be a little bit more higher, the scrutiny will be higher. Similarly, if you're a state-owned enterprise rather than a pure private enterprise, or if you're a joint venture with a government involvement, there is the expectation that you will be scrutinized a lot more. Finally, in the terms of the government relationship, that doing business in conflict-affected areas will attract a lot more human rights, robust human rights scrutiny, precisely because conflict-affected areas are very high-risk areas for human rights violations. So the expectation from the government is that you will be expected to undertake something called heightened human rights due diligence, which is a slightly different level of human rights. Now, I'm conscious that I only have 20 minutes, and I've touched very lightly on what business, the role of business in advancing human rights, and I hope I've also touched on how this will impact on climate change and sustainable development. But I should say very quickly, what does respecting human rights in the manner prescribed or set up by the UNGPs got to do or help in any way with climate change and the UNGPs? Well, first and foremost, if we all, including businesses and governments, took a human rights due diligence approach to climate change in terms of taking the preventive approach, which most climate change standards refer to as the precautionary principle, I think we will be achieving and getting to know a lot more about the human rights risk. And knowing the risks also allows you to be able to show that you are actually dealing with the risk. In other words, the risk approach to sustainable development or to climate change can be drawn from human rights into the other areas. Now, one of the parts of this process of prevention is the expectation of meaningful consultation with stakeholders. In other words, to be able to know and show effectively that you're respecting human rights, or at least you're respecting climate change standards, that you will be able to consult with affected communities, people with interest groups, or people that are interested in the process. And that can deliver a much more robust and sustainable outcome. And of course, it also tells us a little bit more that the climate change redress process is not a one-off decision making. It's a process, and a process that needs to be continued. So if we do have harms, as in contributing to pollution or biodiversity in some way, we are required, according to the human rights approach, to redress them. And so we could set up mechanisms for dealing with such things. We can therefore use the human rights approach to achieve the standards or the targets and the goals set up in the Sustainable Development Goals or in the Paris Agreement concerning pollution, biodiversity, climate transition, and supply chains activity. Now, I thought I wanted to draw these bits together by looking at the role of business in human rights, but also the role of business in climate change and sustainable development. I think my time is pretty well exhausted, and I will stop there and see if there are any questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Addo. We have several questions, but for the interest of time, let me just ask one of them. Given that some companies are state-owned and have state participation, how effective can be that what the state decide in regard of resolution of mechanism? Why has been preferred the model of guiding principle instead of mandatory commitments?
Right, those are two questions, not one.
Yeah, actually two, asked by one person, yeah.
All right, okay. Well, first of all, let me deal with the question of, say, in a minute ago, I said this question about the expectation of far more robust scrutiny if your relationship is involved with the government. So this gives me a very good chance to elaborate on that point. Basically, the UN Guiding Principles is set up in three pillars. The first pillar is the state's duty to protect. The second is the company's responsibility to respect, and then the third, access to remedy. Now, under the first pillar, which relates to this duty to protect, the general understanding is that these standards are legally binding. And they're legally binding because they are based on obligations that states have either signed up in terms of treaty law or in their own national law or through customary law to protect everyone from adverse human rights harms. So these are legal requirements. The state cannot therefore walk away from its own obligations. If you're therefore doing business with the state as a state-owned enterprise or as a joint venture or as part of procurement, the state cannot reduce this legal requirement. They are expecting you as a private entity to rise up to the level of the state obligation. In other words, it does become, through the process of that relationship, a legally binding expectation that you will respect human rights. Because if that venture fails because you, the private partner, fails, then the state becomes culpable. And the state cannot do it, becomes culpable both at national law and at international law. So that's the reason why when you're a state-owned enterprise, the obligations are slightly higher, and they should be. Now, I know that a lot of questions are often raised about there are particular countries that have state-owned enterprises that are pretty poor on human rights performance. That is true, that is correct, but it doesn't distract from the expectation that they have obligations in international law, or that they may not have ratified particular human rights treaties. That is true, but then we could always look at the impact of customary international law or certain principles of use cogents as a way of holding them responsible. So they can't get away with that. So I think that's the second question is, why do we have kind of soft law for the UNGPs rather than mandatory? There are two reasons. Number one is one of timing. At the time when the UNGPs were adopted, the landscape for bringing human rights into a business forum was very delicate. As someone or some of you will recall, before the UNGPs, there had been a lot of other efforts, including the UN norms, to try and bring business into human rights. Now, because there was that attempt to make it into hard law, the businesses were so uncomfortable, they lobbied their own governments, knowing precisely that this was very important. They lobbied the government to shut down the UN norms. So when the UN guiding principles were being negotiated, the question was much more one of pragmatic realism. The question of what can really be achieved now, thinking that we will still be committed to improving on this. So the author of the UNGPs have this idea that, well, we will rather not ruin the whole thing like we did with the UN norms. Let's get what we can get for now. So we set them in soft law, and that soft law thing became acceptable. However, the second part, the process is indeed a process. It's continuing to evolve. Now we've gone to the point where we really need to elaborate and concretize the UN guiding principles from soft law to hard law. And we're getting this, as it was mentioned before, through national legislation. For example, France has this droit de vigilance that requires pretty much everything in the UNGPs in national law with litigation opportunities and consequences. The Germans have the same thing, the Swiss have the same thing. But even better still, now we have the EU Corporate Sustainability and Due Diligence Directive, which is making human rights due diligence completely mandatory. But if they're not satisfied with that, there is currently a whole debate within the UN for drafting a legally binding instrument. So we're not done yet. The process is still going. And yes, I agree. When we get to hard law, it will all be done. But we need to do everything in the right time.
Thank you so much, Professor Addo. Thank you. And now we're moving to our next set of speakers. It is a distinct honor to introduce our next set of speakers, 3 international respected legal scholars, practitioners, and thought leaders in the field of international law, energy transition, and investment arbitration. Professor Frederick Sargents is chair in international law at Washburn University and leading authority on international energy and investment law. He serves as co-leader and co-lead investigation alongside OPEC's General Counsel, Leonardo Sempertegri, on the energy transition policy and regulatory briefs project for OPEC. His extensive scholar contributions include the transnational law of renewable energy and good faith in international law, which has awarded the 2023 International Law Book of the Year by the International Branch of the International Law Association. Professor Sargents brings also years of experience from legal practice at prestigious law firms, including Milbank and Fulbright and Jaworski. He currently holds editorial roles and Brill Research Perspectives in international investment law and arbitration in the American Review of International Arbitration, and has long been a respected voice in shaping global energy law discourse. Next is our Mr. Leonardo Sempertegui. He serves as General Counsel of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, where he advises the Secretary General and leads OPEC's legal and contractual affairs. With over 20 years of global experience in the energy and extractive industries, he brings legal and strategic expertise from all across Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and Asia. He holds an LLM from the University of Texas, Austin as a Fulbright scholar and an MBA from the University of Oxford. Under his leadership, OPEC's legal office had focused on equipping resource-rich nations with tools to navigate the legal complexities of energy transitions, economic diversification, and energy poverty. His work has prioritized forging partnership and developing legal framework for a just and inclusive transition to sustainable energy. Joining them as discussant is Dr. Marcus Gehring, a renowned expert in international European law and sustainable development governance. He serves as fellow and director of studies in law at Hall University of Cambridge and is a member of both the London Park Center of International Law and the Center for European Studies. Dr. Gehring has held the Jean Monnet Research Chair in Sustainable Development Law at the University of Ottawa and serves as lead counsel for sustainable trade, investment, and finance law at the Center for International Sustainable Development Law, CISDL. He is also a practicing attorney, admitted to both Frankfurt, Maine, and Ontario bars, and a former practitioner with Clary Gottlieb in Brussels. Dr. Gehring brings to the discussion a critical legal lens on global sustainability, climate governance, and the implementation of development treaties. Together, these three distinguished experts offer a rare and timely dialogue on the evolving legal practice principles guiding the global energy transition. The collective insight will help us better understand the legal dimensions of one of the most urgent challenges of our time, advancing a just, equitable, and sustainable energy. Please welcome the three renowned experts.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. We hope to have an engaging discussion amongst ourselves, and so to also draw questions in. That way we have a few PowerPoint slides that are just for visual interest. No text, I promise. And look forward to getting started. Leonardo, do you want to get us started on the energy trilemma?
That will be my pleasure, Freddie. Good afternoon from Vienna. Good morning in the US, and my greetings to everyone. First of all, thank you everyone for the joining here, and thank you to Professor Desierto for this kind invitation. My apologies in advance for not being in camera. I am after a small medical procedure, so I'm not very presentable right now, but I hope you can hear me well, and I'm trying to contribute to the discussion as much as possible. So, as you may have seen from the book that we co-author with Professor Surgens, one of the key ideas that we want to promote is law in the issue of energy transition as an instrument for development, because we are convinced, as any good person that has knowledge on the energy sector, that there is no way out of poverty, and there is no way into the development standards that goes without affordable, constant, reliable supply of energy. So, like any other resource, energy is a finite resource in the sense of what is available at a certain time. Energy is infinite as a concept, but we do have to take care of several aspects when we talk about energy. First of all, sustainability, the one that has been one of the most discussed in the last decade, probably since the signature of the Paris Agreement, where the focus has been on how do we provide energy without overshooting our greenhouse gas emission limits as set as a human society. But, and in this, I will have to make an important point. From my perspective professionally, this has been always a very incomplete approach. And the discussion, I felt for the longest time, has not been balanced enough. And what we're trying to do with our book is precisely to bring balance to the discussions in such a way that sustainability is at the core of it, but also equity and security. Because it seems, from the perspective of the global north, that as long as our standards are maintained, it's fine. But we're ignoring that there is almost 700 million people without reliable access to electricity only in sub-Saharan Africa, and there is more than 2 billion people around the world without access to clean cooking, which is extremely unfair, even from many perspectives, including a gender perspective, which is extremely relevant as well. And now the last geopolitical developments have made us remember that energy is not like opening the fridge and getting milk out of it. Making or securing energy supply in the way that it should be requires a lot of effort and a lot of planning from multiple actors around the world. So it has to be a priority, definitely. So, Freddie, can we move to the next slide, please? So, the approach on the book, and it's in a way a continuation of what I said before. There are drivers and there are constraints that we need to consider in the process of balancing. There in the slide, you can see a little scale. That's what we try to do in this process. As I explained to you before, as I mentioned to you before, balance is at the core of our proposal. So in one side, of course, we have science. And I also have an issue with this sentence that the science is set, because there is no such thing as science set in humanity. The purpose of science is to debunk previous science and previous concepts that have been valued or agreed. So current science says what it says. And obviously, we're all in agreement that we need to reduce the emissions in the atmosphere. And that is it goes without discussion. I don't think any positive actor in the international community is arguing in a different way. And of course, what we need to consider is what we value as societies. What do we want to achieve? What is our objective? And again, in this case, we do believe that, in this case, maybe I would say I believe, I don't want to drag Professor Surgens necessarily into this view, that the values that have been predominant in the discussion does not necessarily comprise what the global values may be. Different societies have different values, want to achieve different shapes of development. And I think that's incredibly important to rescue and to value in itself. And of course, the objectives that we have as generous or as noble as they have constraints that are practical in nature. First of all, stability in all this context. A change of the energy paradigm is by definition disturbing the status quo from many perspectives, from the technical perspective, from the societal perspective, who gets to win and who gets to lose in the geopolitical discussion as well. And of course, this is based on the context where we live. We have a determined set of rules and a determined set of principles as international community, international legal community, and therefore, to make a full coherent, or to have a full coherent approach in all this situation, we believe there is a need of an evolution in the way we understand international law. So, Freddie, back to you.
Yeah, so what we tried to do in the book was to see that there are certain principles that one can get from various different areas of international law, and I've tried to put them in 4 boxes here, but really they come from very disparate angles of international law, whether it be climate law, international environmental law, whether it would be international human rights law, whether it would be law protecting the rights of indigenous peoples, whether it is international economic law, investment, trade, or whether what I have in the box of friendly relations, the rules governing non-interference and sovereign equality. All of these provide principles that are relevant in many different ways to energy transition. So what we tried to do was to find each of the principles from these different sets, to present them, to explain what their logic is, and then, just as importantly, or maybe more importantly, once you have them, you of course have a problem of a potential rule clash. So climate law and international economic law may at times, at least facially, be at odds with each other. So may human rights law and climate law, what have you. So these different silos of international law may find themselves clashing with each other. So what we tried to do then was to say, well, one cannot give any one of them a priority that is a value-based priority. One has to see to integrate these different areas of international law. And one has to see how law can become a tool to effect positive change. And you heard earlier when Gabriel Sacco said that people come first, that very much is also what was on our minds as we tried to integrate these principles with each other, really by looking at context. What is the context in which these principles operate? In light of that context, what are the different outcomes that emerge to the extent that we prioritize one way or the other? And is any one of these going to lead to unreasonable use of resources, whether they be energy resources, whether they be climate resources, whether they be environmental resources, whether they be economic resources needed for the realization of the right to development? And so when one looks at this, our goal was to say, well, what we want is to be outcome driven. So we want to use legal rules with the goal of having a practical impact, that practical impact being, in the context of energy transition, the decarbonization of global energy systems. But that in and of itself is also not a goal as such. It is a means to achieve the realization and improvement of global development outcomes. And this in turn is a means that is critical to building a community within which these global development outcomes can be further strengthened through trust and through community building. So we're looking at the principles that we are developing in a way to achieve outcomes, in a way to make sure that this interrelatedness that Professor Addo already mentioned to you earlier is something that drives positive change instead of becoming an obstacle to entrench us in oppositional dynamics that really are going to be counterproductive, both in the energy setting, in providing more affordable, sustainable, and secure energy to more people who need it, at the same time as being a roadblock to decarbonization. So that really is the overall perspective that we hope to bring, our methodology that we hope to bring to this discussion. And before hopping on to kind of the next big section of what we wanted to talk about with you today, I wanted to see, Marcus, would you want to jump in with us and discuss at this point? Would you want to hold your fire a little bit for a little bit later? I want to make sure that we're as interactive as can be, as I know watching things on the screen can always be a little challenging if we don't have a little bit of a breakup of who's talking at any given point in time.
Absolutely. I would prefer to come in at the very end, if that's
perfect,
acceptable.
That is wonderful. Then we will keep trucking. So Leonardo, you are up next again in terms of giving us some reflections from the International Energy Agency's Net Zero 2050 to today.
Thank you, Freddie. I got the fun slide. This is one that I think highlights very well the positions that we have been through which we have been flowing in the last few years. So one of the things that I consider again is that if we are supposed to develop a viable path for decarbonization and increase of energy availability on the planet, therefore increasing the opportunity for development in the world, is that there is no need to go into extreme positions. And again, it's very important to be transparent, to be honest, and to be collaborative in the approaches. We will discuss this later in our presentation, how we, the authors, have the conviction that we're not going to litigate or wait to a low carbon world, but the only way to achieve that is through collaboration. So my point being that when we saw as a global community the release of a net zero 2050 report from the International Energy Agency, I think that, well, some of us were skeptical from the very beginning, but we were cornered as a more conservative group when we are realizing that the picture was not completely clear of what the planet was being offered as an alternative, because beyond being a catchy phrase, net zero by 2050, and it's a catchy slogan that can mobilize people and so on, it didn't reflect a scenario that was possible. So bringing to the discussion or providing or proposing that global policy making should be made based on a pathway that is wishful thinking to an objective that a certain group considers worthy, is something that I believe has been more detrimental than positive in the overall analysis. So I do believe that now the planet, thanks to the change in events from all sources, from the security side, from the geopolitical realignment, and from the internal politics in several countries, countries are being able to discuss these issues in a more transparent way, and saying, yes, this preference that was stated by a certain group, agency, or what have you, that's not the point, is not feasible, because our planet works under a certain type of global energy mix, which has not changed basically in its proportions for the last 40 years, in spite of the massive increase of renewable energy sources, because the model of development that countries are pursuing is extremely energy intense. Therefore, we need to have a more candid conversation that goes around energy efficiency, that goes around the increase of all energy sources to the global energy mix, concentrating our efforts in what can be done for decarbonization, what can be done in terms of adaptation to the climate that is changing, and accepting that discussing the outcome of this transformation will imply important trade-offs that societies will need to define. And while considering that global climate change is a global phenomenon, there are, of course, multiple scenarios and multiple possibilities that different societies can endorse. And this is precisely one of the points that we're arguing in our book, that given the multiplicity of instruments and circumstances that we have in the planet, there is a process of weaving here, literally, interconnecting the different instruments plus the different resources plus the different technologies to achieve a coherent path to reach the Paris Agreement goals, which, by the way, is not net zero 2050, is well below 2 degrees by 2100. Paris Agreement objective, which already recognize the need for decarbonization technologies, implicitly the need for trade-offs in terms of decision making, and the need for adaptation in the sustainability front. If we can move, Freddie, to the next slide. Thank you. And again, and this is, I'll share an anecdote, but when I was a kid, I was asked by my school to think what is the most important invention in humanity. And until the last day, I was thinking on rocket ships and space exploration. And the last night I changed to energy. Energy is not a human invention, but my point was since then that there is nothing without energy. There is nothing absolutely. And dismissing this concept puts at risk human development that already exists, and of course diminishes economic opportunities for further development for the ones that have been left behind. And if one thing is extremely important from my perspective, being a Global South national and a Global South convinced, is that it is important for the international community to guarantee that the next transition, because we have always been in transition in the energy sector, but this current and future transition is not yet another one in which the same peoples and communities of the world are going to be in the losing end, as it has happened in the last centuries of development in the planet. So then is when giving specific recipes for energy and therefore for development and economic opportunity in a one-size-fits-all, pre-designed and pre-packed is something against which we warn in our book, and we want to bring to this discussion. It seems unfair, to say the least, that has been the model that we have used, and the past is past for sure, but I think this is a cautionary tale for future approaches regarding the energy discussion. We cannot present wishful thinking as science and as a possible path, because we have lost time, we have lost resources, and we have delayed the achieving of our aspirations and probably endangered them in a situation where all resources, and especially every day and every year, are absolutely fundamental to move on. Freddie, I would like to pass the floor to you. That's okay.
So that's perfect. Something that I think is central to our work, and that I think I wanted to very briefly highlight, is in the second circle, you see a reference to human development. Human development is at the heart of our work, and it is human development as drawn from the efforts that Professor Desierto has led on the Convention of the Right to Development, and looks to, well, energy is central to human development at the same time as decarbonization is similarly central to human development. So we need to square that particular circle in order to grow human development and grow the opportunities for human development in a fair manner. So given that the human development outcomes grow with greater energy access until you about reach the energy consumption of France, one of the things that is just practically tremendously important is that if we draw incumbent systems offline rather than decarbonizing them, we are in many ways creating significant problems in large areas of the world that are already at a disadvantage in achieving development outcomes for their peoples. So a key thing that we suggest is that it is important to have collaborative decarbonization efforts that follow the requirements of international human rights law as well as climate law, and apply this in a manner that brings more energy to more people at the same time as there are fewer greenhouse gas emissions in the system. And so this requires a nimble hybrid approach to energy transition that doesn't look at just one side of the equation of saying, well, we must completely shut down existing energy systems and start from scratch, but rather to say, where can we deploy what energy resource in such a way as to have the greatest global net increase in energy with the greatest net reduction in greenhouse gases. That's the goal, because that goal gets us to the maximum achievable human development outcomes, given the central role of energy in global systems. And this leads to an energy security challenge. This energy security challenge tells us that, look, the moment that somebody needs something in order to make their economy work, that's where people could then say, well, let's attack the choke points. And so you have an energy security challenge that energy transition is bringing on, because people are scrambling for a position. And this energy security challenge is something that we have to solve collaboratively to provide safe, secure, and affordable energy access to everybody, or else we're going to essentially let energy security concerns and realpolitik concerns drive the cost up of decarbonization of energy system and expansion of energy systems in a way that's going to make it impossible to achieve. So our argument is, look, if you apply the principles that are already available in most international legal instruments, we de-risk global energy transactions. If we can de-risk them, we can reduce the energy security challenge. And the more we de-risk them, the more we also have a diverse energy mix that allows us to sidestep these flashpoints in a way that we have multiple fuels available to us to switch at as needed to increase energy security. The key thing to our mind is that we need to have a fair access to benefits and a fair distribution of burdens. This again comes out of the draft UN Development Convention. The benefits are cheap energy access that make advanced economies possible, post-industrial economies possible. The problem is that at the same time as we are experiencing these benefits in post-industrial economies and some industrial economies, we also impose burdens on other economies around the world. These are environmental burdens. These are burdens from kind of the monoculture that we look to certain places as a resource depot rather than as an equal partner in development. And the burden is that now you're putting an incredible amount of pressure to catch up on economies that are least capable of doing it. And unless we help them, they are not going to put in the most energy efficient and climate efficient technology to do so. So here you have a clear need for an obligation to cooperate to bring about the realization of human rights collaboratively. Very, very briefly, what we also wanted to run through with you is, you've already heard it, so we can be very quick about this. Michael Addo had already discussed the importance of due diligence. This works in a right to development-based energy planning paradigm as well. We have a cycle for you here. Diligence is critical. Diligence means engagement. It means engagement with all those who might be negatively affected by what we are doing. And through this community engagement, then implement the most human rights efficient solution, meaning the one that best realizes human rights on a global basis, and to monitor on the backside that what we're doing is in fact what we hope to be doing. Professor Addo already said we need to track our effectiveness. That is at the heart of a rule of law-based energy transition as well. To land then, what is the role of international courts? Courts are one actor in this particular legal framework, and they have to respect other stakeholders as other stakeholders have to respect the courts. This means an obligation to collaborate on both of their parts. courts need to be sensitive to the policy pressures and policy imperatives that states have that are multiple and that are concerned with making the best judgment that they have to deploy scarce available resources to achieving multiple ends at the same time. Courts should help states in doing that by clarifying rules and by preventing backsliding. What courts and tribunals should not do is to impose their own view as to what policy outcomes should be and become a policymaker of last resort. That is disastrous, not because courts don't mean well, but because they don't have the policy context to do so. So what we argue in this context is courts have a tremendously important role to play in clarifying and providing a backstop, but they should not be the leading edge of this development. So with that, I wanted to throw it over to Marcus. Take it from here, and then hopefully we can have a good discussion at the end.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
I'm having some bandwidth issues, so I hope this works. Thank you so much for such a comprehensive presentation, and thank you so much for this really important contribution to the debates. You will not be surprised that I wholeheartedly, in the best British fashion, disagree with most of what you said, because I think there's one important element that we must not forget in our quest for a just transition, and that is that the very livelihood of so many communities around the world is threatened by climate change and the climate challenge. So in my view, we can the magnitude of the global justice challenge that is climate change. And of course, in my view, that also means that we need to start interpreting the object and purpose of many more international treaties, instruments, even customary international law, in a way that aligns with the magnitude of the challenge. On the other hand, we've rightly heard that access to clean, affordable energy is one of the sustainable development goals, and therefore is also important to pursue in a sustainable development paradigm. Now, how we then interpret the interaction of these different rules is maybe open to debate, because in a way that the Paris Agreement has been fashioned, I think it already builds in some of this balancing that you're asking about, right? Because the Paris Agreement prescribes a long-term objective, but doesn't actually prescribe what each individual country has to do, right? That is up to all the Paris Agreement parties. And let me say one thing to our American friends, right? You might think, oh, this is a great time. The next 4 years, climate change is abolished because the federal government has decreed that it is no longer a problem. Now, science, unfortunately, tells a very different story. We're seeing an acceleration. Many scientists have told us, at least in Europe, that they're surprised how fast developments that they were predicting for 2035 can already be observable in the real world now in 2025. So if anything, maybe science was a little bit on the conservative side when it comes to predicting the climate crisis, where you had climate skeptical governments being swept away by voters, especially in democratic countries, because they see that their government is not paying attention to what is an existential crisis for certain parts of the country. And let me tell you, the southern United States, the Midwestern states, are already experiencing drought syndromes, are already experiencing summers that are much hotter than anyone can remember. So unfortunately for all of us, the climate crisis is not going to go away. But of course, in a way, I agree with the authors that we need energy for the foreseeable future, and maybe certain fossil fuels, especially natural gas, are part of that transition. For anyone on this call who is a student or who follows us on YouTube, I recommend reading Breaking the Oil Spell by two eminent economists. So I'm not an economist, I'm a lawyer, by two eminent economists from the World Bank. And they rightly predict that countries that actually manage to transition a little bit away from fossil fuels have greater energy security, greater security of supply, much less dependent on global markets, and in the end, regain energy sovereignty rather than being dependent on a handful of states, say our colleagues here from OPEC. They are more dependent on tidal flows, the sun shining or the wind blowing, rather than really the difficulties of global markets in the fossil fuel industry, right? We are not phasing out coal because of some ideological kind of obsession with coal. We're phasing out coal because it's simply too expensive to be an energy source. And my hope is that with the advancement of science, we can actually manage a legal transition that fulfills all your requirements, being mindful of the right to development, being mindful to the needs of people, especially in developing countries. And that is not to say if you find fossil fuels and you're Ghana or you're, Suriname or any other developing or least developed country that necessarily global markets, far from it. I think you need to be aware that what meant tremendous natural wealth in the past century might not mean that same wealth. So maybe having a lot of sand, maybe having a lot of sunshine could be equally important going forward. Now, as a sustainable development lawyer, I find the sustainable development goals don't necessarily receive the legal attention that they deserve, because the vast majority of these goals already have found their way into international law, and I'm sure we're going to discuss that in the afternoon of this symposium. But let more thoughts on energy transition. I think we need to observe international trade rules. We need to observe rule of law, maybe even international investment law where it applies. And in my view, none of these rules actually count against a regulated, a rule of law, long-term transition away from fossil fuels, as was agreed in COP29 in Dubai, where we're not saying end all fossil fuels tomorrow. Far from it. No one wants to go back into the Stone Age, but already start the process now. And especially if we take biodiversity and climate change into that equation, in my view, that slow transition away from fossil fuels cannot start early enough. Now, this is perhaps a very European view, a very northern view, but we're already hearing stories from indigenous peoples around the world that have never experienced the kind of warming that we see at the moment. And for that reason alone, I think a greater emphasis is clearly, yes, on justice, but a clearer emphasis on the net zero objective is, I think, necessary. I will leave it at those few thoughts. It's a fantastic contribution to the debate. It's curious for me because as a trade and environmental lawyer, it's the first time in, I would say, 2 decades that my trade law colleagues, my investment law colleagues, and my environmental and human rights colleagues are in the same boat when it comes to attacks on international law more broadly. And these are not just coming from your current president or your current federal administration in the US. They are coming from all over the world. So I would say the sisterhood of international lawyers should stand up at the very least for the rule of law. And if the rule of law entails what your book says about the legal transition, well, then we should follow that. But in my view, even a bad law is better than no law. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys, and I really appreciate your time here. We are way behind time, and I don't know if you will stay after, and we can have questions after the break, but we are 20 minutes past the time. So thank you again, Professor Surgeons and Professor Sempiguni and Professor Marcus. Thank you so much. And now we're moving to Father Grudy, and sorry, Father, we are way behind time. It is a true privilege to welcome you to this special dialogue between 2 esteemed scholars and advocates at the intersection of theology, law, and global justice, Reverend Dr. Daniel G. Grudy, CSC, and Professor Dr. Diane Desierto. Father Dan Grudy, CSC, PhD, serves as Vice President and Associate Provost for Undergraduate Education at the University of Notre Dame, where he's also a Professor of Theology and Global Affairs, a trustee, and a fellow. Internationally recognized for his groundbreaking work on the theology of migration. Father Grudy has spent decades exploring the spiritual, ethical, and human rights dimension of displacement. His book, A Theology of Migration, The Body of Refugees and the Body of Christ, receives top honors from the Catholic Press Association, and he has worked with institutions from the US Congress to the Vatican and the United Nations. A former skyracer and avid woodworker, his life and ministry reflect a commitment of justice that is as deeply personal as it is global. Today, Father Grudy will share reflections from his work under the theme, The Theology of Migration, the Body of Refugees, and the Body of Christ, inviting us to consider how faith compels us to see, accompany, and respond to the suffering and resilience of migrant communities through a lens of compassion and solidarity. Joining him in this dialogue is Professor Diane Desierto, an internationally renowned jurist, scholar, and advocate whose work spans international law, human rights and development, and economic justice. With appointments at Notre Dame Law School and the Keough School of Global Affairs, Professor Desierto brings a powerful legal and ethical framework to global challenges, including those faced displaced populations, Her scholarship addresses how legal structures can be transformed to better uphold human rights and promote justice for the most vulnerable. Together, Father Grudy and Professor DeSilto offer a rich and dynamic exchange, a dialogue grounded in faith, legal insight, and a shared commitment to the dignity of the people, especially those on the move. We look forward to an inspiring and thought-provoking conversation that bridges theology and law, personal encounters and structural changes, and calls each of us to deeply reflection and action. Please welcome Father Grudy.
Thanks, Jean-Marc. Are you able to see the
Yes.
presentation?
Yes.
Great. Well, this is, I'm sure, for some people, a different angle on migration. And one of the ways that I got into this was being at an interdisciplinary institute on migration, and people were offering perspectives from law, and political science, and various other fields. And but I entered this really as a theologian. This is as a person who really worked with migrants on the ground floor, but also tried to ask, how do we think about this theologically? And that is, how do we think about God from the context of marginality, and especially with people on the move? We might want to say, how do we think about God from the context of what seems like some of the most godless contexts that people are migrating through? And so I'm going to just share with you some perspectives on migration. A lot of these come from just interviews with people from different countries, from dozens of countries, in fact, and trying to think about this issue. But maybe a place to start would be just with a press conference at the front lawn of the White House in the year 2000. And that's when Francis Collins had announced that scientists had deciphered the DNA sequence. And in doing so, it opened up a whole new frontier of research. And there have been different kinds of projects, as we know, from medicine to history to other fields that have really had broad ramifications for our understanding of really the different ways that we're constructed as human beings. But one of those was one that tried to date back human origins by using DNA, by looking at different elements of the DNA sequence. And one of them was to actually identify on that sequence the movement of peoples from the last 80,000 years. So this actually is a map of my own family's migration over the last 80,000 years. It was believed that humanity began somewhere in this area of the Olduvai Gorge between Eritrea and Ethiopia, and through various climatic changes, war, divisions, and other kinds of issues that pushed people, they migrated. And so my ancestors came in through the Middle East and then Asia, and then they arced the way back to northern Italy, southern Spain, and to Great Britain. So migration is literally in our genes. But it's also in our spiritual genes. As we look at the scriptures, the Christian scriptures, we can see in the really in the Hebrew scriptures in the Old Testament, we see that the focus really begins with in the 12th chapter with the migration of Abraham, who leaves his area in Ur. These are the contemporary boundaries, and he migrates his way up the Tigris and Euphrates River, and then arcs his way up to what is now southern Turkey, and then down into the Fertile Crescent, into Lebanon, Palestine, Israel, and into Egypt. And so we see that from the beginning to the end of the scriptures, that is from Moses to the Exodus, to exile, to return, to the prophets, to the disciples, to really the book of Revelation, that migration kind of runs through the spiritual journey of a people. So much so that John, from the book of Revelation from the island of Patmos, really identifies our journey through life as that of being a pilgrim people en route to a new Jerusalem. So migration is not only in our biological genes, it's in our spiritual genes, it's in our national genes, it shapes the consciousness of our countries today. Not just the United States, but certainly many other countries around the world. But as we know, it's a big issue, no matter where we go. This is one of the boats crossing the Mediterranean. This is where thousands of people die each year. And sometimes they can pack as many as 700 people into these boats, leaving the north coast of Africa, finding the way to Europe, or finding the way to other places where they can find security and protection. So this triggers a lot of responses, I think, in terms of the loss of these lives, but it also raises questions about law and international law, of justice, of human dignity, and many other things. But what was interesting, Pope Francis, we just remembered this past week when he passed away, and this was an issue that he took up. In fact, the first place he went to after he was elected was that when one of these boats capsized, everyone died except for 8 people. And they survived by clinging to a fishing net in the middle of the ocean. But when the fishermen saw them, instead of saving them, they actually severed their nets and cast these migrants to die into the ocean depths. And he was so moved by the indifference to these migrants that within 8 days, he went down to this island of Lampedusa, which is no more than a rock in the middle of the Mediterranean. And he celebrated Mass by an ocean harbor, and he used a chalice made from the driftwood of a refugee boat. So I want to talk a little bit about that Mass, about that incident, about the chalice that he used and its significance for understanding migration, not only politically and legally, but also theologically. So this, they say sometimes too that an American Lampedusa also happens at the border each year. For the last 25 years or so, bishops from the United States and Mexico come together to celebrate one Mass, and often they join the altar together at the wall. So this is a picture of the bishops celebrating Mass at the wall. In this case, it's in Arizona. But it raises the question, what does it mean to really be a community of faith amidst an issue that's so divided, like migration? And so I want to, in this talk, just highlight a few things. That is, the first is to talk about what I would call the age of migration, the introductory, right? The second is to look at the debate around migration. Thirdly, I want to look at more of the theological territory around migration. And lastly, look at what could be some of the responses to migration in the mission territory. So I'm going to briefly go through just sort of an overview of migration, some of the major parts, some things that have been highlighted already, but just to kind of give an overview about how this issue is not new. It's been going on since the beginning of time, but what is different is the sheer scale of the number of people migrating. So as I mentioned, this is not a new issue, but there are more people migrating than any other time in history. There are more than 281 million international migrants, that is, people who have living outside their homelands for more than a year. And about 1 out of every 28 people in this world is a migrant, and 100 million of these are refugees. So that's more refugees than were present even after World War II. If refugees were settled in one particular place, they would be the 21st largest country in the world, and they would be growing at 38,000 people a day, or 24 people a minute. And if we counted internally displaced people who haven't crossed international borders, this number could go up to as high as 1 billion migrants, which is 1 out of 7 people in the world. Now, as being highlighted in this conference, if we actually put climate change into this, that it's predicted that this number could multiply even higher in the coming decades. We're having trouble settling even small countries like Tulu and Kiribati that are seeking, in the ocean, and how we would actually deal with even millions of people would be completely new territory for us. But this issue, as I said, is a tremendous issue, and that's why people call our own times the age of migration. But behind these numbers are people, and this is a picture of one group of refugees. This is who crossed the Syrian border. The woman with her head in her hands had already lost 3 sons. She actually had just heard that her 4th son was put in prison, that her grandson had been killed. These are some of the widows of these families that are also here pictured with these children that are just in the fields with really any resources at all. But I've often said that I was twice moved to tears by the Pieta. The first was seeing it carved out of stone in Rome by Michelangelo, and the second was seeing it carved out of living experience. And so the question is, you can see these women are women of faith, or they're Muslim women, but they're the woman on the left, that even with that faith, there are just no words that can begin to touch really the suffering and the struggle that these folks are going through. So this is where we have to ask, how do we think about God amidst some of these seemingly godless places? And how do we really unpack even the different debates around this? So the second part of this talk, I want to just talk about the debate of migration in and of itself, and really look at this. This comes out of years of research of talking with Border Patrol agents, with congressional leaders, with human rights groups, with hospital administrators, with corporations and political leaders, but many other groups, trying to understand what are the different perspectives that people have at the border. And so I want to just first lay out some of the perspectives. That is, what's the best angle on what they're trying to do. Then I want to analyze it through a couple of different viewpoints and to try to look at some assessment of then how theology can play a role in actually reflecting on some of these positions. So the first is our vigilante groups, kind of on the far end, and often when you talk to them, when you ask them why they do what they do, they say their goal is to protect personal property along the border, prevent unlawful entry, and to fill in gaps where federal enforcement fails. So they say people are crossing the border, it's illegal, it's it's a nuisance at best, it's harmful, it's dangerous at worst, and so they're saying somehow the government's not working in this process. So there are citizens taking the issue into their own hands. Then there's the Department of Homeland Security and ICE. They're saying we don't make the policy, but our job is to enforce it, to ensure order and prevent unlawful entry, especially of foreign invaders who could harm its citizens. I worked with this group prior to 9/11. I worked with them after 9/11, and there was a dramatic shift. Suddenly, it was no longer about controlling the border, but it was about preventing terrorists from coming into the border. And then sort of the distinctions really conflated, and it all became about protecting our country. Next group are political leaders. Their job is to create a federal policy to protect the citizens of a country and to manage its resources. In the early part of our country, we let in almost everybody, but we made some distinctions. Not everybody was let in. Nowadays, we let almost nobody, but we do make some exceptions. So here's where it gets thick, of where people have to decide about how our people are let in and by what criteria. Next are corporations. Their job is to hire cheap and or talented labor to maximize profits and to sell products at the lowest or most competitive costs, or to compete for global talent. Church leaders consistently have really talked about the need to proclaim a God of life, to protect the rights of human beings who are made in God's image and likeness, and to build a civilization of love. Pope Paul VI said that the goal of the church, or the mission of the church, is really to denounce injustice and to announce the reign of God, and that is to really build a civilization of love, is the way he put it. And in a similar vein, human rights advocates, borrowing and drawing from different criteria and different sources of inspiration, they will often appeal to human rights and classically defined, and to prevent the exploitation of the vulnerable and to fight for human dignity. So as far as this goes, these are different positions, and so people have perspectives and issues that they really are fighting for. But then the question is, why does it become so contentious? Why do some people say, well, you're wrong, I'm right, but really, it's not really a question at this point of right and wrong. At this point, it's actually trying to understand underneath this, what are the different rights that are being attempted. So let me just grid this way a little bit from a rights perspective. This group is looking at property rights, personal property rights, especially farmers, for example, who have their land trampled on by migrants, and really talk about the violations that they go through. This group is talking about sovereign rights. That is the right of a nation to protect its borders. This group is looking at cultural rights, namely, what does it mean to be an American in this case, or in other countries. This group is looking at economic rights. How do you keep the market open, free, and fair? This group is looking at natural rights. That is, what does it mean to be, what are those rights given by God? And this group is looking at human rights, classically defined. So here again, it's not right and wrong, but it's actually how to begin to prioritize these rights. How do you prioritize when you have the right to protect one's personal property, but also the right of people to feed and provide for their families? That leads us to really three main political positions. This group is going to say, close the borders, keep them out, let's protect what we have. This group is going to say, let's create a legal system that allows people to move back and forth, which we've done. So at different parts, when there have been deficits in the labor forces, to more or less degrees of success. There it can be argued how effective it's been or not. But they're saying they need the work, we need the workers, let's create a system that allows them to move back and forth. This group is saying this is not just a labor equation, and that we should provide some path to legalization. We can't just take advantage of people's labor without providing them sort of the right to be connected to their families, or even the right to legitimate protections. So from this perspective, there are different positions that are taken, but where it really begins to shift, and here I begin to take more of a position on this, is that once you begin to look at the narrative that shapes the arguments around migration, it's a different discourse. And these narratives are not value neutral. So this group uses a language that they are aliens. These words themselves shape a reality. They shape a narrative. This group sees them as aliens. It's really the technical language that's used even in the U.S. government documents. I remember talking to a colleague of mine who married somebody from Canada, and he said, you know, I was interviewing him and her, and he went back and forth, and then finally says, "How long have you known the alien?" And just the narrative that describes, he said to me, it was just so striking to see someone talk about my own wife, who I love, as an alien. But it does raise questions about what rights do people have if they cross a border? Do they have no rights because they're not legally going across, or do they have intrinsic rights that no matter what the laws of a nation, that they're inherent to a human being? This group sees them as workers, and so the issue here is what allows people to go back and forth. And it's really an economic equation. And as we know, really economists are really neutral on this one. They're really at parity. They says the arguments that are made against sort of the benefits given to migrants are counterbalanced by the contributions they make and the taxes they pay and the ways they contribute to society and often do work that no one else wants to do. This group sees them as people. And this is not a terribly deep thought, but actually it's the most important, because if these are human beings made in the image and likeness of God, this makes a very different set of moral demands than if these are kind of pawns that can be exploited and moved around without any consequence. But really, this is really where I think even the United Nations has rooted this as a much more of a social and a personal individual equation, not just an economic political equation. So, but since this really also is about law, this is really begins to thicken, and probably more than any other area when I give presentations on this, people say something to me to the effect of like, which part of the law don't you understand? These people broke the law and they shouldn't be here, so what part don't you get? And I think the answer to that is it's actually the legal question, because this is where theology can be of help. Because theology says the law which is on the books does not exhaust the philosophy of law. He says there's really four kinds of laws. There's civil laws, by which nations organize societies for the common good. There are natural laws by which human beings need their families. There are divine laws, which we know through Scripture, about feeding the hungry and the thirsty and the naked and the sick and the imprisoned and the vulnerable. And there are eternal laws to which God keeps the universe moving. Justice happens when there's an alignment with those laws. And as Martin Luther King Jr. pointed out, when there is a variance and a disjunction with those laws, such as from a Birmingham jail, that is when societies create civil laws that go against human dignities, then injustice results. But in this equation, this group will often appeal to the civil laws, which I would argue is an appeal to what I call the invisible mind, of saying it's irrational and it's crazy to let these people in because they're going to take, they're going to ruin, they're going to steal. The narratives of Donald Trump certainly kind of fall solidly into this camp, although he's not the only one who's really drawn upon this logic. The economic laws are, look, they need the work, we need the workers, let's create a system for people to move back and forth. It is also naive in the sense that the economy would work itself out and doesn't fall vulnerable to other forms of idolatry, which place economic costs really above really even human costs. This group emphasizes the natural laws, and the United Nations talks about the need to develop an invisible heart and to ask what is the purpose of human society and how can we create a society that allows people to live with dignity and to flourish. So what that brings us to is a central question, what is the otherness calculation? What is my responsibility and relationship to all those who I define as other? And probably no other area does this otherness become defined than in terms of migration. This first group sees them in terms of the fear of the other, the second in terms of the usefulness of the other, and the third in terms of the connection to the other. So here we begin to see that theology gives us a way of saying that there's a deeper migration that needs to happen. It's not just political and it's not just geographical. It's not just moving across a territorial border, but it's also moving from, I think, a more fundamental position within the human heart that really goes from seeing this as otherness to really one as oneness. And here, really, the long journey of human life, fundamentally, which I'll bring out in a moment, is about a movement towards communion. So that's a bigger frame of life, even than any kind of national or political or even legal framework. Where this leads us is really at tension zones. I don't have a chance to develop all this, but it's really a tension between sovereign rights and human rights, between civil law and natural law, between national security and human insecurity. And in this case, I'm going to go just a little deeper into the theology here, and that is between citizenship and discipleship. And that's say, what does it mean to fulfill the duties and expectations of being a member of the state? But taking this from a faith perspective, from a Christian faith perspective, it would ask, what do these challenges mean in terms of those who profess faith in Christ to respond to the inclusive demands of the gospel? There's other religious traditions that can give another framework of this. I look at this as a human being, as a Christian, as a Catholic, as a priest, and this is really where the question would take me. So all of this, I just want to sort of add just a few things on this. And time I was doing this, as we get into some of this theological territory, I just want to sort of frame this a little bit through a narrative that happened when I was interviewing migrants and refugees at the North African border in the Spanish colonies of Ceuta, which are right below the Gibraltar Straits. And I interviewed for 3 refugees that had come out of Somalia, Sudan, and Uganda. And they shared with me what their journey was like, a harrowing journey, depth-defying journey along the way. All kinds of violations and injustices happened to them. But after a couple days of interviewing them, they asked me what I did. They knew I was a priest, but they said, what else do you do? And in the course of that conversation, I said, I teach on a theology of migration. And one of them said to me, a theology of migration, he said, some people say, these were his words, that the reason why we're suffering so much here is because we're descendants of Judas. And because what Judas did to Jesus, we're paying the consequences, he said. He said, what do you think of that? So I said, well, that's a theology of migration. It's a bad theology of migration, but it's actually, not actually the one that I'm thinking of here, or really the one that I would argue kind of is aligned with, I think, the teachings of the scriptures. And as we went on to this, I'd say there's 4 main perspectives of looking at a theology of migration. And there are ways of looking at a Passover, if you will. And the first is the image of God, and that's passing over the inhuman-human divide. And by that, I mean that often migrants have said to me that, look, I've crossed the desert and almost baked to death. I've actually crossed the mountains and almost frozen to death. I've stood away in baggage compartments of buses and almost suffocated to death. He said, all those are hard. He said, but that's not the hardest part. The hardest part is when people treat you like you're a dog, like you're the lowest form of life, and you're like no one to anyone. And so they said, what we want to be is just be human. And we see that really underneath that is this undeconstructible kind of reality that people have an image of God that's given by God and can't be taken away, no matter what people put over it. And it just cries out for release, and people really want to be just human. Secondly, there's also a sense of the Word of God that, from a Christian faith perspective, Jesus entered the world as an undocumented, illegal alien. He was undocumented because his family came to Bethlehem at a time of when they required documentation and registration. He was illegal because he was born in an irregular relationship when Joseph was betrothed to Mary. And he was an alien because he really was from another world. And so it should disrupt the kind of fixed categories of many people from any faith dimension to see that God came into the world as an undocumented illegal alien. But why? We don't really know why. But we might surmise that as we contemplate this, perhaps it's to offer all those who offer hope to all those who see themselves outside the law, and that God's love is boundless, and it's boundless and goes beyond every border, including those we construct as human beings. So in this, we see God pass over the divine-human divide. He became a migrant. He migrated from his own territory, if you will, in heaven into our own sinful and broken territory, so that we can be reconciled to God and migrate back to our homeland. Thirdly is the mission of God, which is really crossing over the human divide. And in this sense, that when Jesus came, he came to proclaim the kingdom. And the great kingdom, the great symbol of that kingdom was the table. And what Jesus did is that he invited everybody to table. And when he invited everybody to the table, he rejected rejection. But in rejecting rejection, he himself was rejected because there were other people at that table who said Jesus doesn't belong here because he invited these people. But what is really what we celebrate in Easter is that the reject who rejected rejection, however, is the one who rises from the dead, which vindicates Jesus' way as God's way. And lastly, there's a vision of God underneath this. And so I think at migration, we have to look even beyond policies and legal arguments to say, what is the vision of who I am before God? And if the vision is, this is my stuff, I own it, I have to protect it, and nobody can take it from me, that's a very different vision of who I am before God than saying everything I have is a gift. Nothing I own is mine in a final way. And when I die, I'm going to have to give up what I've been, what I've owned, and I will be judged in how I stewarded what I've been given. And so all that is really about passing over a country kingdom of divide, which is saying that my nationality has some proximate value in terms of understanding who I am. But from the perspective of faith, there are things that unite us beyond our differences and that unite us as a human community that really lead us to build bridges and to cross borders. So I close by just talking a bit briefly about really the image of God and the imitation of God, which is about crossing over the life-death divide. And in that, it's not just that what happens when I die, but what happens when I really close myself off from other people. And when I close myself off from other people, something in me dies and I become really less human. So if the word alien could be used to describe anybody, it's not those who cross borders without papers, but are those who have so disconnected themselves from their own humanity that they can't recognize their connection that they have, especially to all those who they define as other, and are really crossing borders. So a lot more to say, but it's just a first word. Hopefully can contribute to our discussion here on migration.
Wow. Father Dan, as a migrant, you already know what I feel, you know. It's a great presentation. Thank you so much. So I know you have many responsibilities and you have time constraint. I don't know if you have time for a question or two or otherwise.
Sure, I think it'd take a question or two. I'm actually just on my way to another commitment here, but I have a question or two if that's okay, if anybody has any.
Father Dan, thank you so much for properly and appropriately contextualizing our entire symposium, because this symposium does begin with the word human first and foremost. And I think you more than anybody else has really tied together these various strands and threads of reasoning and understanding of rights and the positions in a very fractured and difficult issue. I mean, speaking from the standpoint of human rights, where so much are focused on rights discourses rather than that initial point of recognition of humanity, I guess the question I have here in the aftermath of everything that you have spoken about, I want to latch on to this notion of, but everything was actually given. We come into this world without with endowments that we can't take with us when we leave this world. So how, in your experience, in many decades of working with migrants, looking and working with various people who have to enforce the law, what is for you the decisive moment when they see that this is not just a narrow issue of enforcement, but first and foremost, the fundamental recognition of humanity? And that's why especially we wanted to invite you, because you more than any other at the University of Notre Dame has literally done it across many migrant communities in Latin America, in the US border, but also in Africa. So I would appreciate hearing more, and I think our listeners around the world would appreciate hearing more. How do we get to that point of recognition?
You know, I've always been interested in spirituality. I ended up doing it in the field of migration, but my issue is really in spirituality and really how we understand what's going on inside the human heart. And one area, this part of it I was awakened to this when I was a kid, and I remember just being on a trip with my family, and we came across a rest area, and there was a pamphlet on the ground, And it just said, did you realize you could actually miss heaven by 18 inches? And I was kind of like very intrigued by it. And when I opened it up, it said that actually the distance between the head and the heart is only 18 inches. And God was not only somebody to understand cognitively, but someone to encounter in the depths of one's heart. And that unless one really had an encounter with God, that one really couldn't understand, who God was about. And I think over time, this has made even more sense to me. And I was one time giving a talk near the Mayo Clinic once, and this nurse came to me after it. She says, I want to take that image and develop that a little bit more. She says, actually, the carotid artery connects the head and the heart. And if you were to cut off the circulation between the carotid artery, she said your blood cannot be purified through the lungs, and you would actually die from a toxic death. And so I realized that somehow in migration, we've got to think about the hard issues about this, but we got to really enter into the heart and really work this through, and then we got to bring it back to our head again. But if we close off that circulation, then we don't really get a comprehensive understanding of this issue. And that's the problem politically, is that we also look at it too dualistically between citizen, alien, native, foreigner, legal, illegal. And so we actually have to look at a more holistic and even a contemplative view to say there is arguments here, but we have to look at it in terms of the union here. So the long migration of human life is a movement towards communion. But I think it's not just between the head and the heart, it's actually between the head, the heart, and the feet and back again. That's the more difficult challenge of migration. And that demands a much more rigorous intellectual process of learning than just kind of trying to sort this out in our head.
Thank you so much, Father Dan. I really very much hope that we can continue our collaboration, but most especially in learning from you on how to have the dialogue. That I feel that, as I tell my own students at Notre Dame, the fundamental nature of connecting, whether it is to our clients, whether it is to those who are in need of our representation, and those who are in need of our assistance, first and foremost requires being able to build that understanding and recognition of humanity and accompaniment. And so to that end, especially given all your expertise, I know the University of Notre Dame has so much work, especially since you lead so much here at the university. I still do hope, Father, that you could lend your expertise to helping us build this kind of platform for dialogue that reaches into the real heart of how to approach humanity in this most complex issue of global migration. Thank you so much for your
Thanks,
time.
Dan. Let's do that. There are a lot more stories, a lot more to elaborate on in this context, but I think part of the migration, as you mentioned, is to migrate even from our own viewpoints to understand differences and different perspectives and try to see that we share a common humanity and we're all migrating together. So
wonderful. Thank you,
thanks,
Father.
Dan.
Let
Thanks,
me turn
everybody.
over to Jean-Marc.
Thank you, Father. Thank you all for joining us for this powerful and thought-provoking conversation. The first part of the symposium, From Policy to Protection, Human Rights and Environmental Protection in Climate Vulnerable States, has ended. And as we take a break, we warmly invite you to return at 1 for our next exciting session on international policy strategies for creating sustainable development cooperation. This afternoon's program featured another outstanding lineup that include compelling keynote on the role of multilateral financial institutions and financing climate sustainability and development. We look forward to seeing you back after our rich dialogue and actionable insight. So see you at 1 for the continuity of the symposium. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Sound check, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
Recording in progress.
Hello, Jean-Marc.
Hi, Dr. Cordonier. I'm gonna have Professor DeCierto just give a 2 or 3 minutes reflection, and then I'll turn to you. Is that okay?
I'm not hearing you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. I can't hear you. Somebody's telling me that they can fix that.
I can hear you clearly.
So that's good news. I just need to be able to hear you. Try again.
I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Excellent. And now I can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to introduce Professor DeCierto for 2 minutes to give a reflection on the first part, and then I'll turn to you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we begin the second half of our symposium, let us take a moment to reflect on the powerful presentations and discussions we've had this morning under the theme From Policy Protection, Human Rights and Environmental Protection in Climate Vulnerable States. To do that, I want to welcome Professor Dr. Diane DeCierto to help us synthesize and reflect on these important themes. Professor DeCierto, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Jean-Marc. And for those of us who are joining from virtually every point of the world, especially our Notre Dame alumni on Notre Dame Day, we are very pleased here at the law school to be able to offer you these invitations for reflection, both from the expertise and experience of our distinguished panel of speakers in the morning symposium, in the lunchtime keynote, the book discussion, as well as the forthcoming afternoon panel. Human rights, climate change, and sustainable development are issues that our law school human rights program and Global Human Rights Clinic have long internalized as part of our portfolio of work, but most importantly, in educating our students, in defining our collaborations, and in returning to the fundamental centrality of the human in what we design, in what we try to protect, and what we try to collaboratively build with partners, internal as well as external, especially in advancing solutions for real outcomes in these times. It is my privilege to be able to join the symposium this afternoon, especially led in the panel by a very dear colleague and friend at Cambridge, at the University of Cambridge, who was the chair for International Sustainable Development Law, Professor Marie-Claire Cordonnier-Secker, who can certainly tell us more about how, from her own expertise in international law and in international policy, how to get things to work, which I think is the perennial question in very difficult times such as these, when international law seems to be undermined, hard-pressed, or violated easily and readily with impunity. For those, especially from my students who tend to experience quite a lot of despair or surprise or shock, and many times that we're seeing breaches being normalized. This is our offering to show how collaboration, dialogue, and educating one another on reaching shared solutions can work, and it has worked, and it will work with the commitment of dedicated policy experts such as our next panel. With that, I would like to thank our speakers from the morning session, the morning panel, our book discussion, as well as the keynote delivered by Father Grudy, and turn over to Jean-Marc for the remaining half of this symposium on Notre Dame Day.
Thank you, Professor Desierto. And without further ado, it is an honor to introduce Professor Dr. Marie-Claire Cordonnier-Seger, one of the world's leading experts in sustainable development law and governance. She serves as chair in sustainable development law and policy at the University of Cambridge and is the senior director of the Center for International Sustainable Development Law. Professor Cordonnier-Seger is also the executive secretary of the UNFC3 CCC COP29 Climate Law and Governance Initiative and has authored over 24 books and more than 160 publications. Her work bridges academia, policy, and international diplomacy, focusing on climate change, biodiversity, trade, and the rights of indigenous peoples and future generations. A fellow of the Royal Society of Canada and recipient of numerous international honors, Professor Cordonnier-Seger will now speak on strengthening sustainable development through international cooperation. The rest of Professor Cordonnier's biography is on our website. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Cordonnier-Seger for her presentation.
Thank you very much. And I deeply appreciate your extremely generous welcome, as well as, and I will say thank you in advance, the kind invitation to speak in this truly fascinating global event. I have greatly enjoyed listening to the speakers, starting with our inspiring and incredibly moving address this morning by our Indigenous colleague from Brazil. And I'm very, very pleased to join again with Professor Diane Desierto, who has been such a kind friend and companion on this road that we walk together. I'm going to speak about strengthening sustainable development through international cooperation. And I will try to lay out a bit the menu of options and a few examples of innovations we've seen in the last few years. And then I know that the others on this panel are going to pick up on some incredibly important questions and give them much more serious consideration than I can. I will try to share my screen and hope that it works. It is never a sure thing for me, but fingers crossed. Let's have a look. Okay, please tell me if it is working and if you can see the slideshow, or if you are instead at something more operational.
It's taking a little time, but it's coming.
That is always the case, isn't it? My students often laugh at me because technology is not my friend, and and it hasn't been. But if there is somebody from your team who can put the slideshow up, it is saying that it's screen sharing, but because I'm logging in from an airport on my way to a conference on climate law in Lausanne, it may be just a question of the bandwidth that is possible to use.
Yeah.
I have technical support here, but if someone from your team can share as well, that would be very helpful.
Wonderful. Scott.
Yeah, bye. We
Thank
can
you so
share it
much.
from here
Go
if you
ahead.
tell us when to change slides.
Okay.
I will.
You're good to start now.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to hope that everyone can see the portada of the presentation because I'm being given simply a black screen, which is fine. Are we all right? In that case, I will say I'm going to focus on strengthening sustainable development through international cooperation. And I'm going to start especially by noting that we are in a time of rising global risks. And hopefully you're on slide 2. The concern, of course, is that human development pressures and the shattering of planetary boundaries, even as our world economy continues to be extremely fragile, is really cause for very, very important concern. And as you can see in the maps, while certainly human development pressures affect us all, planetary boundaries are threatening to overwhelm us. And the world economy affected by
One moment while she gets back on.
Recording stopped.
Okay, Professor Seger is back. Can you hear us? Hello? We are having some technical difficulties. We will be fixing it soon. Professor Seger, I see that you're back. Can you hear us? All right, here she is. We cannot hear you yet.
Hello?
Okay, now we do.
Marvelous. I've actually given up entirely on the laptop and joined
Okay.
you by telephone.
Okay,
And I'm
good.
hoping that this will work. Is
All right,
it
let us
Recording
have
in
the-
progress.
Wonderful. Thank you. Go ahead.
wonderful? Well, thank you so much for your patience. with these technology problems. It's not the first time that it happens to me, sadly, but it's still a little bit inconvenient. What I'll do is I will continue with the slideshow. Would that be all right?
Correct. Yes.
Excellent. And you are on the first slide, which says rising global
Rising
risks.
global
Is that
risks.
correct?
Yes.
Thank you. In case it was not audible, I wanted to start the presentation by pointing to some of the pressures and concerns that has been noted by the speakers this morning. Human development pressures, the shattering of planetary boundaries, even as our world economy contracts. And then we can go to the next slide, please. I need to especially highlight that global challenges that even if we solve them in one country or one community, will affect everyone, everywhere, is increasing in severity and concern. Among the most crucial for the topic of this symposium, to align with the theme, rising emissions and temperatures are already of extremely high concern. Human-induced climate change is causing rapid increases in average temperatures on Earth. And of course, beyond a 2-degree Celsius world, we see the loss of 99% of all coral reefs and millions of square kilometers of permafrost, as well as other terrible impacts. Heat waves increasing in frequency by 300%, 900 and nearly 700% in Africa and West Africa, respectively. Next slide, please. Alongside those global challenges raised by climate change, flooding and extreme weather events are already increasing. Hurricanes and disasters causing billions in damage, and indeed the frequency of hurricanes and extreme events also increasing, causing in some cases trillions in damage. What is particularly concerning about this, of course, is that it includes the loss of entire coastal and island states. And you can see the impacts are drastically uneven, as others have mentioned this morning. Next slide, please. Heat waves, droughts, and fires are among the other global challenges raised by climate change. We can see months of droughts increasing in many regions, 1 million plant and animal species threatened with extinction, deforestation and fires, wildfires, including in the area where I was raised on the west coast of Canada. And it's even more serious than we expect because, of course, again, the impacts are uneven. And the ability of countries to adapt to climate change and to address these impacts are drastically uneven. Next slide, please. At the same time as global challenges, we are facing increasing food insecurity and a biodiversity crisis, with over 47 million children under 5 suffering from undernutrition, and 20% of terrestrial ecosystems worldwide degraded by human impacts. 2.101 billion people living in moderate food insecurity, with 704 million facing severe food insecurity. Next slide, please. And to add to this, as many speakers have already covered this morning in terms of violations of human rights, we're facing increases in certain areas of extreme poverty. We're facing others being threatened to be pushed back into poverty due to the impacts of the recent pandemic and of climate change. And we have lack of access to clean water, clean energy, even basic human rights and health and education worldwide. While some of these might have been said to be local priorities, they are now truly global as we realize the impacts of lack of education and how this can affect stability worldwide. Next slide, please. And on exactly that topic, of course, a further global challenge that we've already brought up this morning, conflict and geopolitical instability at present is at an all-time high. Not just the Paris Agreement, large final emitter withdrawing, and other countries considering weakening or reversing their climate policies, citing economic or energy security pressures, but also global investments in new fossil fuel projects and new oil and gas fields being approved, with the conflict that often follows and the resource curves that comes with it, as well as global trade tensions, interstate conflicts, and in some cases, the costs of global conflicts exceeding or reaching nearly 11% of global GDP, as well as nearly 2 billion people living in countries affected by fragility, conflict, and violence, and 84 million, as our colleagues discussed this morning, being forcibly displaced worldwide, with conflict and persecution as primary drivers. Next slide, please. Now, obviously, especially for the students in this group, my reason for bringing up these global challenges isn't to leave you in a state of permanent depression. These global wicked problems are increasing in severity and impact, but their risks are not truly surprises. The international community has been examining scientific data, raising the alarm, and struggling to negotiate responses since the United Nations was first formed 3/4 of a century ago. And international conferences and debates have been leading slowly to clearer definitions of problems, to general commitments to cooperate, to fragmented or incoherent, conflicting, or sometimes even overlapping attempts to act together. Next slide, please. We've seen a policy debate continuing. Indigenous communities and many civilizations worldwide have always understood what sustainable development and sustainable living meant. But in the 1972 UN Conference on Human Environment, and after the Global Brundtland Report was released, with thousands of people engaged and consulted, in 1992 in the Rio Earth Summit, 3 treaties were formed and signed. Actually, the certification one took 2 extra years. A Rio Declaration was made, and the policy goal of sustainable development was first brought into the international stage in our current international governance system. We've formed an International Commission on Sustainable Development, worked together for over a decade, came back together in Johannesburg in 2002, launching a new international partnership on sustainable development and international law, and then, of course, realized, much to our dismay, that progress had not been nearly as fast as it needed to be. By combining efforts with those who were working on Millennium Development Goals in 2015, we were able, however, to unite and come to an agreement, a commitment to a series of sustainable development goals and a process of high-level political forums where we will step together to resolve the global challenges about which I just spoke. Next slide, please. This common agenda, this a desire to move forward together, means that rather than restarting from zero each time, we try at least to move together on a common commitment. 17 goals, building on the Millennium Development Goals and the 2012-1992 Sustainable Development Agenda. 169 targets under those goals, measurable with indicators, although I feel they are still requiring a great deal of work. These SDGs provide a common framework to facilitate cooperation and action. And they apply to all countries, developed or developing, low-income, small island, any region of the world. They offer a succinct set of public policy priorities and time-bound targets. As Ban Ki-moon said at the time, saving our planet, lifting people out of poverty, advancing economic growth, these are one and the same fight. And you can see on the slide, some of the goals combine just as much human rights and economy, or human rights and the environment, as they do address just one particular set of priorities. They're seen as an integrated agenda. Next slide, please. The question mark, of course, that I'm often asked as an international law professor and theorist, well, yes, all right, we have a public policy agenda, but is it binding? Is it law? I don't argue that the sustainable development goals are binding international law. As a matter of fact, I would say that they're a quintessential example of cooperation and public policy and soft law. But behind each goal, there are binding treaties. And we explicitly, in the open working group, took these treaties deeply into account. And as you can see on this chart, next slide, especially the next chart, it is simply incorrect to say that there is no binding international law in the area of the Sustainable Development Goals. Rather, there are scientific collaboration mechanisms, capacity building commitments, dispute settlement and compliance processes, education and awareness, collaborative mechanisms, and many other features in each of these different areas. And of course, they're backed by possibilities of finance in many cases. Next slide, please. And this is very important because the international institutions that work together through countries and with countries, forming broad epistemic communities or even communities of practice in each of these different areas, aligning for those goals, have to have a common agenda to work together. I've outlined just a few on this slide. Next slide, please. And at the same time, we're also seeing a number of international disputes being brought to the International Court of Justice, the Permanent Court of Arbitration, the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, and the World Trade Organization in order to be able to peacefully resolve without war some of the conflicts that relate to sustainable development. Perhaps the most important one I've been looking at just now in the new book is, of course, the International Tribunal on the Law of the Seas binding, non-binding arbitration advisory opinion on climate change, which makes some very important points that align direct to Sustainable Development Goal 13. Next slide, please. I do this work, and I'll only make one point here because I know that this symposium wants to focus on action. I do this work from a perspective of an interactional legal theory. So rather than just looking at the black letter law, rather than just looking at the principles that often powerful judges may agree or may argue are relevant, I also look at the regimes themselves and how they contribute to the legitimacy and legality of the rules. And the best way to explain it is that these rules are transforming practices and constituencies, but also being interactionally transformed on all levels themselves. And it shows, of course, that law and governance regimes can evolve in order to actually achieve their objectives, and that it's important to pay attention to that. If you have the best will in the world and the best black letter rules and promulgation possible to manage a river, and you have the best principles of private property being respected, human rights being respected, the environment being respected, and the regime and such has overallocated the water and the river has run dry, you may have a very good law, but it isn't effective and it's not very legal or legitimate. And so we look at our treaties from that perspective, and there's no surprise to us that sometimes more than one protocol, more than one treaty refinement needs to be made in order for us to be able to cooperate. And new funds are often needed. Next slide, please. Including, oh my goodness. And that's where I would like to go next. We might have much binding rules. We might have dispute settlement tribunals, which, while imperfect, try to make things work. We might have many international institutions doing their best, but we'd have to mind our financing gaps. And indeed, even right before the pandemic, we saw massive gaps in the financing that is needed for the sustainable development goals to be achieved. I'd like us to keep it in context, though, because we have looked at other problems and solutions where we are being told we need to put billions more into security, for example, and buying military equipment. And yet to achieve all of the sustainable development goals, it may only be 33 trillion. So let's keep in mind the size of our global financial markets when we point to the size of our financing gaps. Next slide, please. And I'm heading toward my main and final point in this presentation, which is, of course, that even if we do manage to mobilize and accountably manage the necessary resources, further gaps are thrown into sharp relief. Fast legal creativity, capacity, and courage chasms are open in our road ahead. And in that, I mean creativity We need new research and knowledge to prepare future generations to be resolute and resilient in the face of the impacts that centuries of unsustainable development have already set in motion. We also need access to information, education, and skills development across nearly all disciplines and fields and all professions to strengthen capacity for SDG cooperation. And we need renewed ambition, supported by public policy, law and governance reforms on all levels, globally, to focus our resources and advance our achievement of each SDG and each target under those SDGs. And that is a role for you, for this symposium, for the universities and colleges, research and engagement institutions, governments, and international organizations, including all the speakers who have joined us today. Next slide, please. And I'll just give a few examples to explain what I mean. Opportunities for law and action by clustering a few of the SDGs. This research was carried out mainly throughout the 4 years of the pandemic and its aftermath in many countries. So what we looked at especially was what happens when you do have to mobilize finance fast, and how do laws help? Next slide, please. As one cluster example, if you pair up ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all, with take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts, you can see we have international law in the area of either. And on climate change, of course, the Paris Agreement and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, but also, for example, the UN Convention on Conduct and Interpretation are directly relevant. Next slide, please. And we can trace through the SDG targets, such as ensuring universal access to modern energy, subject to the last panel, through to treaty obligations, including the definitions pointed to in the previous slide for renewable energy provided by the International Renewable Energy Agency and its charter, along with examples of public policy financing and cooperation mechanisms that we've seen adopted in the last 4 years since the pandemic, with billions being mobilized in some cases, and examples of law and policy enablers, feed-in tariff regulations, carbon neutral energy grid, subsidies for renewables rather than fossils. Next slide, please. Similarly, we can pair up and align the SDG 13 targets on strengthening resilience and adaptive capacity to climate disasters and integrating climate change measures into policies and planning with our Paris Agreement and our UNCCD obligations. We have examples from Fiji, from Finland, from Lithuania of different public policy financing and cooperation measures. And we can point to very clear law and policy enablers, everything from climate change acts with independent scientific commissions to set the targets, to federal or provincial frameworks with financing mechanisms, or even more hybrid structures that allow for cooperation across subnational units on setting up smaller carbon markets, or greenhouse gas emission pollution pricing laws, carbon taxes, as well as climate risk financial disclosure rules, disaster risk reduction and response laws, regulations to assess the climate impacts of projects, mainstreaming climate into sectoral laws in agriculture, energy, water, and other areas. Next slide, please. I'll give 3 more examples of such clusters, but not dwell on them, simply point out that if our concern is addressing these global challenges related to hunger and food security, or the global challenges related to sustainable use of ecosystems and sustainable management of forests. Next slide, please. We can point to a direct alignment between SDG targets 2.1 and 2.2 with the UN Declaration on Human Rights, the ICESCR, or the Convention on the Rights of the Child. There are many good examples of public policy, financing, and cooperation measures, and there are very serious examples of law and policy enablers that are being used right now. Next slide, please. Indeed, the research is showing us that on biodiversity as well, not only do we have many binding obligations on biodiversity, wetlands, endangered species, migratory species, but we have many examples of public policy and financing cooperation mechanisms, and many examples of law and policy enablers. I'll skip the next 4 slides in the interest of time. I know we lost a bit of time when we first started, but I want to point out that, of course, in terms of access to energy and water, there are similar alignments between the SDGs, the binding treaty rules, and the domestic legal reforms that we can all fight for. And finally, if we looked at SDG 1, end poverty in all its forms everywhere, or SDG 9, build resilient infrastructure and promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization and innovation. Next slide, please. We can point to the same types of alignments where SDGs 1.1 and 1.3, those targets can be aligned with ICESCO or the UN Declaration of Human Rights articles. We have examples from all over the world of pilot policy, financing, cooperation mechanisms, and law and policy enablers to help those mechanisms.
I could just sit here now and wait for it.
I'm going to come to my last slide now while Chris Stevens is joining us. If you can move forward. That's all right, we don't need to this one. It's more examples on infrastructure and resilience. Next slide, please. I'm going to end with a call for courage. And I'm calling for all of the work that we need on financing, which many of you will be discussing, I'm very pleased to see, in the rest of this panel, but also for the universities, the courageous centers like yours, Diane and colleagues at Notre Dame University, and all over the world watching online, not only to scale up your relevant research, engage with stakeholders, and ensure good impact, but also to speak to its power, to continue, even in these troubled times, to provide excellent independent advice to those law and policy decision makers, advice that is desperately needed where we are today if we want to increase the courage of our law and policy reform agenda. And let's be ready to change lives. With all the students who are online with us, we can strengthen our own awareness of the SDGs, choose the SDGs we're most passionate about, make them our vocation, and work towards achieving them. It's the project of a lifetime, of many lifetimes, but you can't imagine better work to be doing. And we need to be building their career skills as officials, as governments, as green jobs creation programs, as universities and educators, so that our graduates, when they come out, are ready to take on challenges related not just to climate law, but also to setting up claims commissions where women's human rights can be respected, or addressing some of the other legal and policy enablers that I pointed to in this talk. I can invite you, if you're interested, to consider Googling democratizing education for global sustainability and justice, which is, of course, the global courses that we offer, 2 courses with a Cambridge certificate for free online, in understanding some of these different treaty regimes and some of those enablers that I've just discussed. I'm going to close with 2 quotes, which they help get me up in the morning, because in turbulent times it sometimes can cheer you up, push you forward. Next slide, please. The first one is a quote from a novelist, an award-winning novelist, and it's been adapted, but it tells us that historically crises have forced humans to break with the past and imagine their world anew. This one is no different. It is a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our hatred, our avarice, our data banks and dead ideas, our dead rivers and smoky skies behind us. Or we can walk through lightly, with little luggage, ready to imagine another world and ready to fight for it. And I'd like you to go to the very last slide, because what guides me, as a quote from a dear friend of mine and the godmother of my child who passed away after winning the Nobel Prize for Peace, Wangari Maathai, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you need to go far, you need to go together. And I think we should remember that when we look at the global sustainable development agenda, because some of us have the luxury to consider very sophisticated problems and solutions, while many of us, if you remember those maps I showed you at the beginning, are struggling to deal with very, very clear and basic necessities that my co-author and I in the new Sustainable Law textbook by Oxford University Press have looked at as well, food, water, energy. And so I thank you again for this wonderful invitation. Last slide. And I deeply appreciate your patience with the 8 minutes we lost at the beginning with the technology struggles. And I look forward to any questions that might have time.
Thank you so much, Professor Sager. If Professor Ray and Professor Tom allow, can I take 2 minutes for question? Just a couple questions that I'll ask from the chat. How can we realistically strengthen international cooperation for sustainable development when we are when many international organizations themselves are facing severe funding crisis and weakening legitimacy? And the second one is in this context, what alternative and complementary forms of cooperation, regional, local, and multi-stakeholder, can help fill the gap and ensure progress toward global development goals?
Well, I think one question has just answered the other. Because I think that one of the most important things to keep in mind, and I can draw an example because as you mentioned, I do serve as Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention, Climate Law and Governance Initiative, which has been running since 2005, since COP11 in Montreal. And every year we bring more and more lawyers together who are working on these issues alongside the COP, and then we run conferences and education courses and others to help people learn about the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC. And every year we discuss, the different laws that are coming forward, the reforms and the other changes that are being made. And we're seeing at the global level, sometimes we can run very far, very fast together. And sometimes we are needing our colleagues on one island or one canton or one state to be our leaders, one community. Do you know municipal laws are what govern whether a street of buses, sometimes worth billions of pounds, is going to be electric buses or still the old fossil fuel up to the technology? And that decision is made by a municipal planning authority when it's deciding on its transport. And it's done in accordance with public procurement rules that govern municipal authorities. And so to the two excellent questions, I think what we need to remember is that in those intermittent years, when our colleagues from some of the largest countries with the highest emissions are not with us in the Paris Agreement, and we've done that, we've been there. I was in Marrakesh when the first announcement that we were going to be losing a cherished partner for a while came in, and the next year, a pavilion popped up called "We Are Still In," and it had city governments from New York and San Francisco, and it had state governments from an economy bigger than most of my countries, like California, and it had tribal governments from a different indigenous nations. And I think that is maybe one way to keep your focus and keep your hope. Work at all different levels. Be ready to move forward where you can. I absolutely deeply cherish those who are doing the work of banging their heads against the wall when things are tough at whatever level they're tough at. But I think it's also definitely worth putting the time in to make the changes where they're needed and wanted, right when the iron is hot. And I think that there's a lot of space for all of us to do that together.
Thank you so much again. And since I know you're traveling, right? So I hope you have
something about a gate and boarding in 5 minutes.
Thank you again, and then safe travels, Professor Cordonia.
I'm going to listen as long as I can, but I'm really, really honored to be here with you, and I'm deeply, deeply impressed with this symposium.
Thank you again. Thank you for your time. Now it is with pleasure that I'm welcoming our next distinguished speakers, Professor Ray Offenheiser and Professor Tom Purico, who will share their insights on the role of private sector and sustainable development cooperation. Professor Ray Offenheiser is a widely respected leader of global development and currently serves as senior advisor to the Dean and Director of the McKenna Center for Human Development and Global Business at the University of Notre Dame's Keough School of Global Affairs. With decades of experience in poverty alleviation, sustainable development, and humanitarian work across Asia, Africa, and Latin America, he previously led Oxfam America for 20 years, transforming it into a major force in international development and human rights advocacy. Joining him is Professor Tom Pureco, Program Director of Innovation and Practice, and a term assistant teaching professor at the Kellogg Institute for Global Development. Professor Pureco brings a wealth of hands-on international experience, having worked with Catholic Relief Services in countries like India, South Sudan, and Myanmar. He now directs the major USAID Global Education Research Initiative and has extensive expertise in peace building, disaster risk reduction, and WASH programming. Together, Professors Hoffenheiser and Pureco will explore how private sector engagement is essential to advancing sustainable development goals, especially through innovative partnerships, investment strategies, and practical implementation on the ground. Please join me in welcoming Professor Ray Hoffenheiser and Professor Tom Pureco.
Thank you very much, John Mark. I'm delighted to be with everyone this afternoon. Tom and I are going to share this presentation, and we're going to divide it in two parts. I'm going to lead off and basically try to talk about this question from more of a macro perspective. In other words, what's going on in the business world today that is in some ways trying to address these challenges of climate change, human rights, and sustainability, and what can we learn about what's happening inside companies and how they're thinking about the turbulent world that we're living in today, and trying to sustain a kind of a commitment to sustainability, human rights, and addressing the climate challenge. I think it's probably, and then Tom is going to follow me with maybe more of a micro view and sort of what's going on maybe on the ground in particular contexts where you can actually sort of see a struggle between markets and private sector presence, and what that might mean for sustainability in a very specific sort of context. So I'm going to start off on a high level, and maybe I think we all have to recognize at the moment that we're living in a moment of considerable upheaval and transition, with major implications, and particularly in markets right now, with the Trump tariffs and so forth. What we're seeing is, in some sense, the emergence of a new geopolitical order, and maybe you could say almost the undermining of the rules-based trade system that global businesses have particularly relied on for some time. So there's a lot of uncertainty in markets, and there's a lot of uncertainty in corporate headquarters about where are we going globally in terms of what markets and business is going to be able to do and how they're going to have to be able to do it. I think the question for those of us who are watching markets and business and with these kinds of concerns is really, how should those of us who think about human rights, climate change, and sustainability think about managing these times and perhaps shaping the role of the private sector in addressing these major issues going forward? And so what I'm going to do is try to provide you a little bit of a window into what that world looks like and what maybe we should be thinking about. And I'm going to sort of put it under, in the idea, with the hope of maybe making this somewhat simple. I'm going to offer sort of 5 R's, I'm going to call them, which basically I'm going to be the organizing principle for what I'm going to present to you. The first thing I think we need to be thinking a little bit about is reimagining capitalism on a global level. And I say that because in some ways, all of us for the last 50 years have been living under a neoliberal economic model, which is basically dominated sort of the business logic of companies and defined the way they should be defining the value and the purpose of their companies. But the problem with that model is it's basically predicated on the idea that the sole purpose of business is to deliver shareholder value. In other words, deliver whatever value is created to the owners of the company or the shareholders of the company, but actually have no responsibility for the broader implications of the existence of the business for the common good, if I can put it that way. In other words, there's no concern for community. There's no concern necessarily for philanthropy. In fact, the sort of economic premise of the neoliberal model was philanthropy is not, companies shouldn't even worry about, investing in beyond the actual purpose of the business, which is making profit. The problem with this is that it's actually created something of a global crisis. In fact, the promise itself was you're going to get economic growth, you're going to get shared prosperity, you're going to get innovation, and so on and so forth. The actual track record, however, has been you've had less economic growth than you had under the previous economic model, which was more of a Keynesian model, you basically have got you've had economic concentration, wealth concentration. You had financialization of the financial markets. You've had sort of financial market instability, and you haven't had shared prosperity. In other words, what we've gotten is more and more wealth concentration, and now what we're referring to in the U.S. context is oligarchic capitalism. So in some ways, it's a failure. And you don't have to agree with me on this particular point. Martin Wolf, who is the chief economist who writes for the Financial Times of London, which is not exactly a radical publication, has written a book called The Crisis of Democratic Capitalism. And there's a whole plethora of other books that are actually out there on the market that are basically making the same argument. So the importance of this is it's actually predicated a kind of an effort to kind of move towards something new, a new economic model, a new form of being a company and being a capitalist company in the modern world that is not necessarily abiding by these traditional rules of neoliberal economics. And so where that has left us is in some sense what I guess with groups that are thinking about sustainability or companies that are thinking about sustainability who are, and this is my second R, my first R was reimagining capitalism. My second R is basically recognizing planetary limits. I think one of the things that I think we don't necessarily assume is that companies are thinking about climate change. But the reality is actually many companies, if you think a little bit about it, actually have to think about climate change. If you are a company that's dealing with, for example, commodities, and you're sourcing commodities from all over the world, climate is actually undermining the availability of a whole variety of different kinds of commodities. Coffee, for example, coming from Central America is being affected by coffee rust. And so a lot of the farmers that are producing coffee in Central America are going out of business because of disease that's actually resulted as a consequence of climate change. And you can see the same thing happening with cacao production in West Africa, and you can see it with other kinds of commodities from other parts of the world. So the whole food industry globally is concerned about is climate and significant climate change and temperature rise going to actually undermine our ability to provide basic products. And similarly, other companies for other reasons are concerned about the viability of their supply chains down the line. So companies have actually taken on this question of is climate change actually a risk for their company? And more importantly, the insurance industry, which actually undermines the entire sort of corporate architecture globally, is actually defined climate change as a major corporate risk that actually affects what companies and what kind of risks they will insure. And the reinsurance companies that insure the insurance companies are actually driving this particular argument about the risk of climate change for business globally. So there's kind of a whole architecture of concern about risk in the private sector that may be invisible to us, but actually company executives are having to think about. And so it's driven them a little bit toward thinking about planetary limits and thinking about climate change and sustainability as something that maybe needs to be core to their business proposition. So in that sort of spirit, the third R is basically re-envisioning corporate purpose and values and with their operations in mind. And what I'm getting at here is what's happened in the last, really almost within the last decade, where a lot of companies have actually started a very profound process of redefining their internal corporate purpose. And this is part of this move away from neoliberal capitalism and toward what actually is oftentimes called stakeholder capitalism. And what the companies are basically have decided is it's no longer sufficient to just be delivering the value to shareholders, that they actually have to think more broadly about what's their role in the world, what is the social value is the term they're often using, that they're delivering to customers, they're delivering to suppliers, to employees, and all variety of other sorts of stakeholders. So they're now actually abandoning this shareholder concept for a stakeholder concept, which is basically saying we have a broader responsibility for society, and we've got to figure out what that means and what we would do about it. In the late 90s, basically, the UN Global Compact was created, which was an entity at the United Nations, which is essentially driving this notion of corporate responsibility and basically starting to kind of, in some ways, measure, began a process of like trying to create metrics to measure whether companies were embracing sustainability, and sustainability broadly defined, including not just a concern about carbon and climate change and so forth, but also human rights and the welfare of the populations that were surrounding perhaps the units that companies were or the areas where companies were operating. But beyond that, in 2019, the Business Roundtable, which represents some of the largest global corporations in the world, actually came out with a statement which was arguing for the fact that companies needed to basically embrace this idea of redefining purpose to be much more socially engaged, and actually to not only to embrace it, but then to sort of drive it down through their company. In other words, come up with a much more socially conscious sense of purpose, and then begin to think about, well, what does that mean in terms of the values that we want to represent as a company to this broad population that we're trying to communicate with. And then if we really are sincere about those values and embracing those values, it actually includes sustainability as a core value, how do we operationalize that in the way our business actually functions? So there's been in some ways a major transition in many companies, and you can sort of check this online by, and you actually can sort of rate companies or derive your own opinions about the degree to which they're actually committed to this by going to see if they have a sustainability report. And if they have a sustainability report, how do they actually represent the values that they espouse in that sustainability report? And how do they translate those values into actual operational changes in the way they do their business? In other words, what are they doing about carbon capture? What are they doing about human rights? What are they doing about a whole variety of other environmental issues that might have to do with their environmental footprint on the ground? How are they handling biodiversity, depending on what industry they're in? Or what is their water use? And have they been diminishing that or increasing it? And then the next thing you can check is, are they actually using the globally accepted standards for these kinds of, for measuring the actual impacts that their business may be having? And you'll actually find that the companies that are actually doing this well are being very transparent about the corporate purpose transition. They're being very transparent about the value propositions that they've redesigned. They have a sustainability report, and they're actually reporting on the various globally acceptable metrics for actually measuring their performance. And then they report on that performance in their sustainability report. So I would encourage you, as you're thinking about this revisioning corporate purpose and values, to actually take on an exercise of looking at a company, pick any company you want, and just testing whether and to what degree they're committed to sustainability, and how do they define sustainability? Is it a narrow definition to climate and carbon, or is it actually broader, and does it include also human rights? In doing this, in some ways, what they have to do also is, within their marketplace and their own industry, they have to redesign economic incentives. So in order to kind of function as a business, they have to actually, in some sense, make the business case to investors that sustainability and human rights and work on climate change is actually important, and they can be working toward a sustainable future, and they can still be making a profit, and that they're worthy of investment from the financial markets. And so this is the big challenge that corporate executives have to do. They have to kind of, in some sense, force the markets to change the incentives to enable them to actually become sustainable businesses, and in some sense drag the laggards behind into that sort of brave new world beyond neoliberal capitalism toward a much more sustainable future. And in many cases, this might require in companies deep structural change. So the point I want to make here is that redesigning economic incentives and implementing these kind of new ideas of purpose and values and operational transition is not easy. And if you're a corporate leader, it's actually quite an ambitious undertaking to actually try to transform a multi-billion-dollar company toward a much more sustainable business model and sell it to investors, and actually really at the grassroots make sure that your operations represent the value premise that you're actually transmitting to the general public. The key to all this, in some sense, is actually, and this is my next R, is realizing the dramatic change in operations across corporate supply chains. When we talk about globalization, actually what we're talking about is companies that are operating global supply chains that are actually sourcing all sorts of raw materials for whatever it is they're producing, and then they're transmitting those through the other side of the value chain to the actual customer. And what's happening right now is there's a lot of turmoil in the world, and these value chains are being, in some sense, disturbed by this tariff war that's going on. But more importantly, the sustainability challenge has meant that companies have to think about how much, let's just say, for example, how much are they polluting from the site of their factory? And, to what degree are they, recognizing, human rights? And so they've got to really take on a whole variety of issues and think about how those issues are actually present or absent in their supply chains. They're looking for, are there human rights violations in their supply chains? A number of years ago, it was discovered that there was slavery in supply chains for fisheries from the Pacific. Companies don't want that kind of reputational risk, so they're having to actually think deep down into the operations of the company to avoid those kinds of things. So finally, so in some sense, the supply chains are kind of the window into, where these operations, can be challenged and where companies can be challenged on whether they're doing the right thing on climate, human rights, and sustainability going forward. So I just tell you that in some sense to give you a sense of how to do your own sort of diagnostic. So finally, I would just sum up before turning it over to Tom that, climate is an existential crisis. Companies and markets are critical to actually the implementation of the sustainability concept. Without markets moving and without investors moving and without companies changing purpose and driving these concepts into their supply chains, we won't see a sustainable future. But to end on an optimistic note, despite the fact that there's all kinds of pushback against sustainability now in the kind of corporate discourse and from the investor community to some degree and from the White House, company CEOs are they're toning their rhetoric down. But actually, they have made such an investment in transforming their companies. They are committed, and they also understand the risks of an unsustainable future for their own business. They're continuing to move ahead quietly without necessarily making a lot of noise about it. So I think that's maybe the optimistic note. But they need to continue to feel that they have public pressure and that they have a public support for this new value proposition, where they're delivering social value rather than purely economic profitability for their shareholders. So with that, let me turn it over to Tom, who's going to take us in a slightly different direction.
Thanks, Ray. And I will try to keep this brief because I know that we don't have too much time. But I want to start with a story, maybe. I think that sometimes helps capture some of these concepts that we're talking about. I was working in Honduras this would have been the early 2000s, 2004, 2005 timeframe. Quite a bit of work with the sawmillers and farmer cooperatives and sawmill cooperatives at the time. It was known that there was a fair amount of corruption going on and just poor management of the forestry sector within Honduras. And it was leading to some fairly intense deforestation of a very valuable resource for the country. And as a result, a number of environmental companies were putting pressure on some of these sawmill companies to really just shut down their operations altogether. Negotiations weren't going very well, and as a result, one day, one sawmill closed down and something like 2,500 Hondurans were unemployed. What could be said was a couple of things. And so my first point is that details matter. I think when you actually look at the issues and the factors that were involved with regards to the poor management of the forestry sector, identifying the big causes of deforestation was a priority. And when you really look at the details, it was identified that really much of the slash and burn techniques that were being performed by poor farmers in order to clear lands for cultivation was causing a great deal of the deforestation and air pollution resulting from it. Now, these were being done out of necessity. It was being done out of a need to cultivate and support their agroeconomies at these micro level, at the farmer levels, right? But the issue was then that these employees that had been laid off then from the sawmills would then kind of propagate these systems and potentially then expand the issues that we were seeing. So I say this because I recognized that at that time that really going into some of these issues and understanding where the benefit would have been a more comprehensive and improved forest management, being able to go in and do more strategic cutting of specific trees in order to allow more space for other trees to grow larger, and like the thinning of the forests. And so there were solutions, but it didn't seem like either side was really willing to come together and identify them. So where my first point really kind of focuses on thinking about the details and really diving into the factors that are involved in some of these issues related to human rights and climate change and overall kind of sustainable development. My second point would be promoting cooperation and really in purposeful and intentional dialogue across actors. I think what we've seen is that it's really difficult for any one party to come up with a one solution, one size fits all answer, either within a specific environment or across countries altogether. And that it really does require the contributions and participation of a number of actors. The process takes time, more time as a result, but that's the best way potentially of coming up with more sustainable solutions and solutions that can address and identify the different needs of a number of different communities and stakeholders. The only other thing that I would add, and then I will kind of pause potentially for questions, is that I think a third issue we're seeing is, and Ray spoke to this point about the huge discrepancy we're seeing across wealth and the way that many private sector companies are acting in terms of poor transparency, not making available data or information that they have that would benefit communities at large, but then also really thinking about their own employee base and including aspects of just wages. I did want to share one slide that let me see here. To do this, yeah. Let's see. I think people should be able to see this now. And basically what this shows is the CEO compensation as a proportion of what we see in terms of its relationship to the average workers. And this is specific to the United States, the top 350 firms within the United States. And what we've seen is really since 1978 in particular, the compensation of CEOs has increased by approximately 1,000%, where when you look at the rate of compensation for average workers, and these are average workers, not necessarily the lowest paid workers, we're looking at a rate of approximately maybe 24% between 1978 and I think my numbers are actually going through 2022, but even beyond 2024. And really the big drivers of this are kind of the fact that this is the compensation of these CEOs is not regulated. There's very little disincentive for board of directors to compensate their CEOs for whatever they asked for, even though they bring potentially kind of skills or assets that don't necessarily measure up to the same level of value that's being paid. So I say this because it is creating a really devastating effect when you think about the work that the private sector and communities and civil society are really trying to navigate in terms of creating systems that are more sustainable and equitable over time. So I will stop there because I know that we are pressed on time and just allow for questions.
Thank you so much, Tom, and thank you for also being mindful about the time. I see one question here. How can the private sector effectively guide it to maintain uniform sustainability standards, especially in the absence of harmonized regulation and the tendency of actors selectively adopt different standards?
Well, I basically, on that one, I think the real issue is there needs to be, public pressure and public scrutiny of companies. And I think there's much more attention to I mean, well, let me put it a slightly different way. Companies are very, very tuned in today that the public has lost trust in institutions. They've lost trust in faith in churches. They've lost faith in education. They've lost faith in all sorts of institutions. And so companies are very aware that their brands and their value to the public has changed dramatically than what it has been in the past. So they do feel under pressure. They feel scrutinized. And nowadays, one of the interesting things is it used to be that companies felt that they could, in some sense, hide maybe what they were doing that was not necessarily something the public would understand. But now there's a whole variety of civil society organizations that are scrutinizing companies in all sorts of different ways. I mean, mining companies, they can't dig a hole anywhere in the world where it's not on internet in 24 hours. Companies that are using excessive amounts of water, are being challenged by the communities surrounding them about, excessive water use. So companies are really, in some sense, vulnerable to accusations of environmental damage and maybe just lack of attention to community, generating value for communities. So there's that community pressure that's on them, and then now there has been this what we might refer to as the ESG pressure coming from the investor community. In other words, this concern about environmental integrity, social value and proper governance systems. And this has been something that's been part of the dialogue in Wall Street. So when a CEO now basically has to speak to the investor groups in a quarterly meeting, he or she is going to be asked about, well, what are you doing on environment? What are you doing on climate? What are you doing on human rights and social benefit for your communities? What is your social value proposition as a company? Historically, they've not been asked those questions before. So one of the things you actually find inside companies today, which we didn't see even 20 years ago, is there is now a vice president for sustainability. Originally, this function was in the marketing department. It was during the period when we used to call this greenwashing. Somebody in the marketing department would be basically told, make us sound like an environmentally sensitive company and let us advertise that. They weren't doing anything. They were just advertising virtue. Now, because of public scrutiny, there's a VP under the CEO charged with sustainability. He or she's charged with producing an annual sustainability report undergirded by actual metrics. The measurement process is actually, different companies have been created to actually do the assessment, the metrics assessment of the company itself. So in order to be legitimate, they have to have a third-party company that's actually evaluating them. And then oftentimes, depending on the industry, there are different units within that under that sustainability vice president for human rights, for climate change, for water utilization, for labor issues. And so there's a whole unit. There may be 200 people in that unit under the sustainability vice president. This is all new. This didn't exist before.
Thank you.
It has a cost. And companies are willing to pay that cost in ways that they didn't in the past.
Thank you. Tom, you want to offer a closing remark?
Yeah, the only thing I would add to that is I support what Ray said. There is also internal pressure being placed on the companies. Now they're realizing that if they want to attract really strong talent, that many of the new employees, the new generation of employees that are coming in, these are values that they embrace. And so it is something that can hopefully influence leadership within these companies, both kind of in that from the internal side as well.
Thank you both for this wonderful presentation and for your time. Thank you, appreciate that. And now we're turning to Mr. Amir Dossar. If you could please spotlight him. It is a true honor to introduce Mr. Amir Dossar, a global leader in partnership building and a tireless advocate for sustainable development, who will speak to us on towards a shared future, strengthening global cooperation and sustainability. Mr. Dossar is the president and CEO of the Global Partnership Forum, a platform that empowers changemakers with the tools and networks needed to advance the UN Sustainable Development Goal. With over 25 years of service in the United Nations, he played a pivotal role as the founding director of the UN Office for Partnership, where he helped manage the scale and landmark 1 billion gift from philanthropist Ted Turner. A chartered accountant by training, Mr. Dawson's influence extends far beyond the UN. He's the co-founder of the Pearl Initiative, the Blockchain Commission for Sustainable Development, and the Global Mental Health Task Force. He has served as a distinguished fellow with the World Economic Forum. Through these roles, he has consistently championed innovation, transparency, and collaboration across sectors and borders. Recognized by and with numerous honors, including the Ellis Island International Medal of Honor, and awards from the UN Association of New York and Institute Charter Accounts of England of Wales. Mr. Dosars exemplify global citizenship and action. So for the next 20 minutes, please join me in welcoming Mr. Amir Dosal for his presentation.
Thank you, sir. I am very touched, very honored, deeply honored by your kind words. I don't deserve any of this. I'm just a public servant, actually, and I have the privilege of being able to spend 25 years at the UN doing different things, including peace building, economic and social issues, and of course, building partnerships. Today, we are at the crossroads of this challenge we're faced with. And I love the topic about the intersection of climate, human rights, and sustainable development. That's the genius of the SDGs, that they are all intertwined. We tend to forget that while Sustainable Development Goals is about the 17 goals, which are kind of focused on economic and social issues, the golden thread is about human rights. Golden thread also includes climate impact. And if we do not address those things, we are struggling. And in fact, I'm going to start on a somber note that in 2024, the UN issued the Sustainable Development Goals report. And the stark truth was only 17% of the SDGs are on target with just 5 years to go. 2 days ago, at the Financing for Sustainable Development Forum, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, announced that we're now on a $4 trillion annual financing gap. In other words, we need $4 trillion every year in order to achieve the SDGs or have any chance of achieving the SDGs. Even though I have to say that there has been progress made in the health sector, the energy access has improved, regional advances have been made, actually, but there are huge challenges ahead, especially on climate change and human rights frameworks. And I'd just like to touch on some of the issues we are faced with today. You have climate, I think everybody knows. 2023 was the hottest year on record. 2024 got worse, and we are now approaching 1.5 Celsius, and could be kind of a permanent impact that could change the face of the planet. And I'm not being alarmist, I'm just being pragmatic and giving you facts, because that could mean impact on how we get our food supplies. It creates challenges on food security issues. It increases human rights violations. It increases migration and the suffering which goes with it and so on. While poverty overall reduced by something like 23 million, in 2022, 100 million people, additional 100 million people faced hunger compared to just 3 years earlier, to 2019. So are we making progress? When we have 120 million people who are forcibly displaced, exactly a year ago, that was the statistics, all driven by conflicts and climate disasters. So we're now in a situation where we need to figure out ways to help the 3 billion people on the planet who are struggling with debt, who have health challenges, education spending challenges, governments don't have the funding. And I was very intrigued and very interested, and I appreciate the discussion by previous speakers about the role of the private sector. I'm biased that, in fact, that's the only way to go. You have a current environment where governments are saying, I don't have enough. I need to take care of my people. So there is now an inward-looking approach taking place in the Western world. And I don't think you can blame them. There's a realization that less has been done for its citizens than in the past, and that therefore the budgets are increasingly turning to focus on that. And therefore, aid is diminishing, whether it's bilateral or multilateral. You have countries who are saying, we need to cut foreign aid budgets. Now, the other side of the coin is that many developing countries have relied on that foreign aid. And we, as collective international community, have not done a good job of saying, when you rely on the aid, you also build capacity. You need people to have that capacity so that they stand alone on their feet, not to be constantly looking for a hands up, not to say, just keep on giving me and I'll keep doing that. Many health programs are suffering as a result of diminishing of aid by the United States and other governments. Having said that, we've made progress. We've made progress on the infant mortality rates. They dropped. They were like about 6 million, 2015 when we started the SDGs. And now they're about 4.5 million. Energy access has grown. If you can appreciate, if you don't have light, you don't have power, you can't cook, you can't read, you can't learn, and so on. That has grown from 78% in 2000 to now 90%. And a lot of it has been as a result of regional integration in East and Southeast Asia, South Asia, for example, where progress has been prominent actually in the SDGs. Nevertheless, we're now at a crisis point where human rights are suffering. Climate change has become a kind of a separate pillar, whereas I believe issues relating to climate change and climate action under SDG 13, for example, should be an integral component of all the SDGs. SDG 16, which talks about peace, justice, and strong institutions, should also be an integral component. Once we start to think of it that way, then you might say, how do we find those creative solutions? And I'd like to just dwell a little bit on the good work actually being done by I think it's the Inter-American Organization dealing with human rights. They've issued some edicts and they've issued some recommendations to address some of these challenges. And let me just take you through the idea of global cooperation. First of all, I think if we step back for a second, when there is a limitation on international aid, we should not decry it, we should find solutions for it. I believe the private sector has a very important role to play in filling the gaps, because the private sector, we need to demonstrate to them that the poor are a market, that we can sell to them. In order to sell to them, it's not an overnight Wall Street type return you'll get, but it's a medium to long-term process where you empower those countries, those communities, so that the children can learn better, earn better, become members of society, and buy goods and services from us. And in order to do that, we need several types of actions, if you like. We need to be able to leverage legal frameworks that exist. We need to help countries build those legal frameworks if they don't exist, because that would mean multidisciplinary coalitions where you partner with UN agencies, academic institutions like the University of Notre Dame doing great work, including University of Cambridge also does very good work in this area. There are advocacy groups who translate these legal frameworks into action. They could be part of that thing. And I would recommend that we consider setting up a task force to address these priorities, especially those which are climate vulnerable countries. And how do we address this financing gap? Well, 4 trillion is a huge amount for countries. They don't have enough budget. So if you look at the ODA, the Overseas Development Aid budget, that sits at about 200 billion. Maybe if you're lucky, 220 billion a year. So 4 trillion is mammoth. That cannot come from governments. That has to come through the investment-based model. That has to come through maybe loan guarantees. The multilateral development banks can provide some support, leverage, but they can only do so much. When they provide loans, they still have, the countries have to pay interest back and so on. What we should kind of work towards is to help developing countries invest in the poor. Besides reforming the global finance system, maybe that needs streamlining so that there's affordable debt relief for developing nations. We should engage the private sector. We should align business strategies through responsible consumption, responsible production, which is SDG 12. Help countries with reducing emissions, for example. Help them in supporting human rights violations, for example. But more importantly, think of kind of innovative financing. There's been this thing about green bonds, which has been out there, blended finance, which works, and more importantly, public-private partnerships are a great way to go. In fact, after the Second World War, most of the funding came through public-private partnerships. So we need kind of a new Marshall Plan for addressing the economic and social gaps in our society. We cannot live in a situation where we have the haves and have-nots divide continue to grow, actually. Later this year, for example, the UN will be hosting the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Spain, actually. It's, I think, end of June, beginning of July. So there they will be discussing how to secure commitments of 1 trillion annually in climate and human rights focused investments by 2027. So there are platforms out there. I'm afraid governments should not be talking to themselves. We should have the private sector as an equal partner on the table. Now, I know I'm probably running out of time. I've just got to say very quickly, I want to point out some statistics that over 50 developing countries spend more money on debt servicing than on health or education or on sustainable issues. So that's where financial cooperation is important, so that we help in the protection of human rights. And finally, I want to say that we need to have systems in place where we support local action, local solutions, so that we create what I call a culture of inclusive sustainability. And you look at programs which are taking place in the Amazon region, for example. You take programs that are being done for youth and empowerment of women who are reshaping SDG policies, in fact, because there you amplify the voices of the marginalized. Women don't often get enough of a platform, but youth, they must be on the table sharing ideas and saying, here's how we want you to help us achieve sustainable development in the long run. And of course, we go back to the idea, there's always been this idea that we should set up a global fund. I'm a believer that if it's a global fund, it should be an investment fund, which supports grassroots organizations. Because if you help development from within, from the bottom up, you can prioritize SDG 16, which is peace and justice and building stronger institutions, and even on human rights advocacy. So in closing, this is a wake-up call. I'm afraid that we are now 2/3 of the way, only 17 targets, 17 SDGs on target. And we need to now look at the real missing link, which is human rights frameworks and the climate action, to be integrated completely within the development framework. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Dosa. We have one question with two parts. And the first one is, what are your thoughts on the idea that some studies suggest that AI being the missing puzzle part that finally accelerate progress toward sustainable development goals? And the second part of it is, can it realistically help close the persistent financial and operative gaps that have held us back?
So the first one is actually a fun question because I'm dealing with those issues. Coincidentally, 2 years ago, we launched the first ever program at the UN on the issue of artificial intelligence and large language models. Next week, we're hosting a dialogue at the UN STI Forum on digital cooperation, including the use of artificial intelligence to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. I think we're not doing enough when it comes to AI because if people in developing countries are restricted from the use of AI because of lack of high-speed internet, lack of internet access. There are companies, there are organizations which are trying to bring internet access to people because at this point, most people have what I call feature phones, not smartphones in the poorer countries. It's the smartphones which can help change the dynamics where today you can have an iPhone or an Android phone, ask a question on ChatGPT or Perplexity or Gemini, etc. There they cannot do that. They cannot get access to that information. So the UN set up something called the Global Digital Compact and has a special office for dealing with artificial intelligence. And I have to tell you, it's not the UN alone. The World Economic Forum has done that. Many other countries are doing that. US has been a lead with companies from San Francisco, for example, getting involved, France, UK, etc. I personally feel that in the next 5 years, it'll become more democratic. I don't know, 5 years is too long, actually. Because we already had that access since day one. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dosa. I really appreciate your time and your presentation. Very inspiring. Thank you again. Appreciate that. Now, for our last speaker of the day, and he's going to give the keynote's address. It is a great privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Christopher Stephens, who will address us on the role of human rights and the work of multilateral development institutions. Mr. Stephens serves as Senior Vice President and Group General Counsel of the World Bank, where he is a key member of the institution's senior leadership team. He leads a global team of approximately 450 legal professionals and oversees the full spectrum of legal functions across the World Group Bank's operation. His portfolio includes legal oversight of lending and advisory services, development finance, anti-corruption, sanctions, corporate finance, and capital market activities, spanning over 60 billion in annual issuances. Before this role, Mr. Stephens serves as General Counsel of the International Finance Corporation, IFC, and General Counsel of the Asian Development Bank, bringing decades of leadership in shaping legal strategies across public and private development finance. Throughout his career, Mr. Stephens has demonstrated a profound commitment to advancing human rights, judicial reform, and the rule of law as integral components of sustainable development. At the World Bank, he founded the Law Advisory Services and Knowledge Unit, which works directly with member countries on legal and institutional reforms in critical areas such as gender, digital innovation, tax reform, environmental sustainability, and judicial strengthening, with honors including being named one of the world's top 20 general counsel of the Financial Times and receiving accolades from Thomson Reuters, International Finance Law Review, and Asian Legal Business. Mr. Stephens stands as a global respected voice on legal leadership and development. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Christopher Stephens for the keynote speak.
Okay, I see the countdown has ended. Can you hear me, Jean-Marc?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jean-Marc, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm really pleased and honored to be able to speak with you today. I can see you got the version of my background and description that my mother sent along, so thank you for going through that so patiently. It really is fitting that I speak with you in this forum about the intersection between human rights and the development agenda of multilateral development banks, or MDBs, with particular focus on the World Bank. But before I start, I'd just like to thank Professor Diane DeSerto and the team at Notre Dame's Global Human Rights Clinic for the invitation, and to you, Jean-Marc and Rita Cueva, and your teams on organizing the event. For context, I'll just take a few minutes to describe the World Bank for those of you who are not familiar with the bank or its work, and then I'll describe the links between the human rights and our development mandate and work. The World Bank, as Jean-Marc said, is a multilateral development bank, or MDB, and it was established by international treaty that now has 189 signatory countries as member states. Those 189 countries are our shareholders, and they oversee our work through a board of directors comprising representatives from each country, typically the finance minister, secretary of the treasury. And so for the United States, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was here in our office last Friday for our semi-annual governors meeting. The more frequent engagement of our members is through our 25-member board of directors who are appointed by the countries and work and are here in the office every day. Like many organizations, we have a mission statement that underpins everything that we do. For an example, the one at Notre Dame is a little trivia question, but the mission statement of Notre Dame is empowering students to pursue, discover, and share knowledge, truth, and faith as a powerful means for good. And at the World Bank, our mission is to eliminate extreme poverty on a livable planet. And to pursue that mission, we lend money, we make investments, and we provide advice and create and provide knowledge products to facilitate the economic development in our developing member countries. Because vibrant economies produce jobs, which produce incomes and thereby alleviate poverty. Jobs also generate taxes that enable governments to provide more and better services and strengthen institutions, societies, and economies, which in turn generate more jobs and so on, ideally creating a virtuous cycle of prosperity.
Your video is not working.
Is the video not working, Jean-Marc? I'm getting a message.
It's not. I was trying to spotlight your picture. I don't know if the camera is off on your side.
It's on my side.
We can hear you, however. And
yeah, I'm not much to look at. Why don't we just continue?
We're trying to spotlight your picture. Keep going, please.
You got my picture. All right. So when we talk about prosperity, we talk about shared prosperity, shared in the sense that the benefits of economic development, jobs, and incomes have to be inclusive of all segments of society, including the poorest, rural communities, and marginalized communities that sometimes do not benefit from strong economies or rising incomes generally or on a national level. And also that economic development has to be sustainable, meaning it has to be durable. in the sense that it has to minimize the impact on the environment or social disruption and be resilient to the economic shocks, natural disasters, pandemics, and conflicts in order to mitigate the risk that if these events, if they were to occur, reverse those gains and growth. So the mission of the World Bank and other development banks is complicated, as you can see. And the challenge is to eradicate extreme poverty is enormous, but it's also urgent, as the last speaker indicated. And here's another disturbing data point that underscores the challenge. At the current rate of development, nearly 600 million people, or 7% of the world's population, will still be living on extreme poverty in 2030. So at the same time, many poor countries are facing a storm of multiple crises or polycrises that threaten their development agendas across the world, including geopolitical conflict, violence, fragility, inflation, supply chain disruption, food crises, underserving healthcare and education systems, and overall the underachievement of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And if that's not challenging enough, many of the wealthier so-called donor countries that provide so much of the official development assistance, or ODA, to international organizations are also facing financial challenges themselves that are impacting their ability to provide ODA that helps finance much of our work. So we face challenges on both sides of the ledger. On the one side, so many developing countries desperately need assistance to address so many urgent challenges. And on the other side, so many countries are facing fiscal constraints that appear likely to affect their ability to help. And so that's our world, and that's the context of our work. And at the World Bank, we provide that and undertake our work through 5 separate organizations that together constitute the World Bank Group. We extend sovereign loans to countries and private sector loans to private sector companies, banks, and funds, and we invest in the equity capital of private sector companies and banks. We also provide technical assistance to help our clients strengthen their capabilities, and we provide advisory services and create and provide knowledge products based on surveys and data gathering that our experts distill into analyses and conclusions that can help countries determine their development priorities. I see, am I still on? I saw the camera just go off even on my side. Still there?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so haven't offended or bored anybody off the screen yet. All right. So, as you can see from my descriptions of our work, we're not a human rights organization, we're a development finance institution. And when the bank or IFC lends money or makes an investment, we need the funds back, plus interest or investment return, in order to cover our administrative costs, and so we can lend or invest in the next client. There's an exception to that, of course, and a rather large exception at that. Through one of the organizations called the International Development Association, or IDA, we extend loans of a very long tenor, sometimes 30, 40, or even 50 years, at very low interest rates, or we make outright grants to the 78 poorest countries in the world, those with little means to borrow at all. And although we're not a humanitarian agency like UNICEF or the World Food Program or a human rights organization like Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch, human rights do inform our work, and human rights principles are embedded in the project design and implementation of many of our projects. Why? Because there's a significant overlap between the humanitarian and human rights agendas and the development agendas. I'll explain. You can describe the human rights agenda as a commitment to recognizing, promoting, and protecting the inherent dignity and rights and freedoms of every person, and that such an agenda is a fundamental pillar of a civil society. The objective of the development agenda is to foster sustainable and inclusive economic growth in poor and developing countries in order to create jobs and shared prosperity that will alleviate poverty. Sounds like different agendas, human rights and economic development. But the key point of my talk today is that the fundamental components of a civil society that respect human rights and those of an inclusive and sustainable economy are largely the same. I'll explain. First, it's important to understand that our member countries' development agendas and priorities are theirs. Our engagements are country-led, and only a country can determine its own economic and development plans and priorities. But together, we're guided in part in reference to the UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And as you know, those goals were agreed by 193 countries in 2015 and comprise 17 goals and 169 targets, which are supposed to be achieved by 2030. The SDGs include goals like ending poverty, providing universal health care and education, gender equality, clean air and water, affordable energy, work and growth, world peace, eradication of poverty and food shortages, and so forth. It's a long list. But as you can see, there's a lot of overlap between these development objectives and international human rights. But MDGs come at these from a somewhat different approach. Our approach to development is based on data-driven, evidence-based analyses and economic outcomes that include measurable results. Let's look at some examples, starting with gender equality. Our economists publish an annual flagship report each year called Women, Business, and Law, which surveys relevant laws in 190 economies across 10 metrics relevant for women in society and in the workplace, like safety, mobility, workplace environments, pay scales, parenthood, childhood, entrepreneurial and pensions. In each case, and how to evaluate those laws and regulations and relevant policies and their implementation across those metrics, and how they affect women as participants in the economy. The analyses consider both barriers to women and enablers that will help women at different stages of their working lives, and then consider the effects that these factors have on the economy. That data demonstrates statistically significant positive correlations with outcomes such as the female labor participation rate, female to male wage ratio, percentage of firms with a female top manager, and the ability of women to open bank accounts or start, operate, and own businesses. The analysis demonstrates that gender equality is measured by the Women, Business, and Law Index, which is in the report, is linked to better development outcomes, not only for women, but for the economies as a whole, fostering economic productivity and the resilience I talked about and prosperity. So this is just one example of how human rights, in this case, gender equality, drives the economic development agenda too. So reports, analyses like these feed into our discussions with countries on their development policies and priorities. And then we can extend our loans to countries that will create or foster changes in laws and programs that help engage more women and treat them equally with men in the economy. We also provide financing aimed at supporting women-owned businesses. And as I said, the data helps countries prioritize gender empowerment in their spending priorities. And the data is also helpful in persuading countries and companies to prioritize gender as a critical ambition because of the scarcity of resources. Think of the development agenda from the perspective of a finance minister of one of our poor or middle-income countries with a list of development priorities that includes energy, transportation, infrastructure, agriculture, healthcare, education, taxes, public debt. You get the idea. He's got a lot on his plate. And he has to prioritize all these things and allocate scarce budgets and limited funding. He has to prioritize. And of course, gender is a development priority and is embedded in the SDGs. And of course, equality is also a human right and a priority and a matter of human dignity. And it's also a moral imperative. But even so, our finance minister may not have available resources for the creation of new laws or regulations, programs, and government agencies in the face of so many other competing and urgent priorities. But our economic analyses show that if countries were to engage women in their societies and economies to the same extent as they do men, the GDP would increase by an average of 20%. and some economies would increase by 30%. That is massive. And when our finance minister understands that, our gender engagement ambition has just moved up a few slots in the list of urgent priorities. And so at that point, the human rights agenda to advance and protect human rights is aligned with the desire to create a stronger, more prosperous and inclusive economy. And that, as I said, is an evidence-based, data-driven economic analysis that provides the rationale to invest. There's also a convergence. One person's human rights imperative is another person's economic imperative. And this same analysis applies to education, healthcare, food, and other human rights. Healthcare is another good example. It's in the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, good health and well-being, and is also in the UN's Declaration of Human Rights and in the World Health Organization's Constitution. But it's also a driver of economic development. Our data, I'm going to sound more like an economist than I do a lawyer, but our data shows that depriving a child of nutrition in his first 1,000 days decreases their income by 17% for the rest of their life. And separate analysis shows that strong and resilient healthcare systems keep people working longer, more productively, with fewer absences and lower healthcare costs, which contribute dramatically to economic growth and development. So healthcare is also a priority in the development agenda. The health sector is also a major contributor to employment, with healthcare jobs comprising up to 20% of total employment in high-income countries. And in many of these areas, there's great overlap. So for example, the healthcare sector offers steady employment and upskilling opportunities, especially for women who represent more than 70% of the workforce in the healthcare field. So there's links between expanding healthcare and engaging women in the economy. Investing in health also creates jobs indirectly in pharmaceuticals, biotechnology, medical technology, digital health and support services. Again, an alignment of human rights and development objectives. And the same can be said on education, where data shows that without education, without 1 year of education, a person's future income is reduced by 10% per year annually. In fact, jobs is an area of particularly troubling data for us. Over the next decade, 1.2 billion young people will enter the workforce globally, but economies will create only 420 million jobs. That gap will result in huge unemployment and lack of incomes, an erosion of purchasing power, and the self-esteem and dignity that comes from jobs, as well as illegal and economic migration. So many problems, which is why the World Bank projects are designed specifically to create more, better, and inclusive jobs, and why we support policy and law reforms that grow the private sector and commercial banking and investment markets. The focus is on improving jobs growth, productivity, earnings, and working conditions, income protection, particularly for the disadvantaged groups such as the youth, women, and the poor. A lot of overlap. On climate, the World Bank's work in this area could take a full day to discuss, but we've done considerable amount on focusing on climate mitigation and adaptation, in which our development member countries see as smart strategies for their own development agenda. Our direct investment in fossil fuels had dropped nearly $4 billion in 2016 to $538 million last year, and much of that was used to repair existing natural gas facilities. IFC, which is the private sector arm of the World Bank, no longer makes equity investments, and MIGA no longer provides equity-like guarantees for banks and financial institutions that do not have a plan to phase out coal, increase renewable energy lending, and reduce their legacy coal portfolio to zero or near zero by 2030. And last year, 44% of our lending, which is more than $42 billion, went to climate adaptation and mitigation. And this is up from 10% the previous year, and very close to our COP28 commitment of 45% by the end of this fiscal year. And adaptation builds resilience with durable roads, flood-resistant infrastructure, and water-efficient irrigation. Again, an overlap of several development goals that our clients see as smart development. I could go on at length on our work in energy, food security, nutrition, and water, but I think you get the point on how we plan and design projects and pursue development. But one point that might resonate especially well with the lawyers is that aside from designing and financing and supporting projects that produce these outcomes, we also require our borrowers, whether they're sovereign states or private sector companies and banks alike, to comply with certain contractual obligations that we put in our loan and investment projects. We require our borrowers to comply with an elaborate range of policies on procurement, anti-corruption, environmental and social protection, financial management, budgeting, accounting, reporting. And we put all these in our loan and investment contracts as obligations with borrowers so that they have to agree with them if they want to borrow or accept funding from us. And one of these policies is our Environmental and Social Framework Policy, or ESF. Our loan agreements require that our borrowers comply with a set of 10 environmental and social standards that we set out in the ESF. And so by using the mechanism of the loan agreement or investment contract, we impose a legal obligation on our public sector government borrowers and our private sector companies and banks to identify, avoid, and mitigate environmental and social risks in projects, to create and implement action plans, to manage risks, and to monitor in progress, and to report to us regularly on implementation and any problems that might arise so that we can engage with them in helping address them. Last point, I promise. We have a brand new unit in our legal department here at the World Bank that seems particularly well aligned with Notre Dame's mission to pursue, discover, and share knowledge as a powerful means for good. The new unit advises countries directly on how to improve their laws and regulatory environment, establish programs, and enhance the competence and capacity of its judicial institutions in order to help them better achieve their development objectives and strengthen their institutions of government. We're working with countries directly on creating model laws and law reforms on gender equality, gender-based violence, environmental protection, forest management, carbon markets, and tax efficiencies. And we're working with the Supreme Courts of many countries to strengthen their capacity and knowledge, such as by creating new courts to deal specifically with environmental cases and cases of gender-based violence. I'm way along on this, but I hope I've conveyed the point that the global development agenda and the human rights agenda are distinct but complementary, and in fact, are mutually reinforcing. There's a great opportunity and scope for collaboration between MDBs like the World Bank and academic institutions like the University of Notre Dame and the Global Human Rights Clinic across so many initiatives of mutual interest, vital importance, and global impact. So in closing, many thanks again to you, Jean-Marc, at the University of Notre Dame, the Global Human Rights Clinic, Diane, and all your colleagues who have participated today. And special thanks to the students with my hope and best wishes for a career in law that aligns with the mission of this great university to pursue a life of virtue and decency so that you go on to practice law with competence and compassion and a commitment to the relationship between law and human dignity. Thanks, Jean-Marc. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Chris. But before you go, we have 2 or 3 questions that we'd like you to address, if that's okay. Can you hear us?
Certainly.
All right, wonderful. Given the current funding crisis affecting not only governments and enterprises, but also especially civil society due to the new approach of the US administration, how does the World Bank see its role in this shifting landscape? Second thing, specifically within the bank's mandate, is there room to support civil society and grassroots organizations in some capacity or level, recognizing their essential contributions to sustainable development and inclusive economic growth?
Great. Well, thanks for those. Yeah, we work closely with civil society because in designing the policies and the way in which we approach our work in consultation with our borrowing countries, we need inputs from affected people too. because that, at the end of the day, are the ones that for whom we all work, and for why we do what we do. But they don't normally, or in many cases, don't normally have the capacity to organize at the policy level or on project-specific level. And so civil society becomes a very important way to gather and funnel those inputs, feedback, and in cases where there are complaints and problems, back to the bank so that we can address them and take on board. And our board of directors is always very interested in making sure that we get that input from communities and people who are affected by our work. And so at the time we're collaborating with the government to design a development policy program, which is a 3 to 5 or 10-year planning document for us in our engagement. We're very careful to make sure that we engage with civil society, so their participation with us is essential and critically important. Funding them is something we're not permitted to do because our articles were established by treaty in 1944 on the closing days of World War II, and we were set up to provide financing to member governments. So we're restricted in financing, but we do support civil society with training sessions, information exchanges. We have web pages where we're constantly posting and providing information and data analyses with them. On the comments on the role and the funding of civil society or changes in governments, we get significant changes in governments literally every couple of months. Some are very disruptive, and sometimes it's hard for us to tell in certain circumstances whether there's even a functional government counterparty to some of our projects where we're trying to engage and help people. But we have in our articles as well several admonitions against taking political considerations into account. So we're prohibited from being political or interfering in the political affairs of any member country. So we're pretty careful not to comment on any particular member country.
Wonderful. Thank you again for that wonderful speech and for answering our questions. And now I turn the floor over to Professor Desierto for her closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Jean-Marc. And thank you very much to all of our speakers. Thank you to our keynote speaker, Mr. Christopher Stephens. Thank you to our speakers from our morning panel, from our afternoon panel. It has certainly been an extremely inspiring and motivating day to recall that the long arc of our work and human rights, climate change, and sustainability requires the kind of ecosystem of which those of us in our global audience in the Notre Dame alumni community, as well as our partners all over the world, have managed to witness today. It was very intentional on our end to feature this ecosystem of civil society, of those who have worked with states, of those who have experience in international organizations such as the United Nations, OPEC, and the World Bank, those who allocate so much of their expertise to working on the ground with indigenous communities, but also working on a policy level with communities, with local government units. The purpose on our end was to show, indeed, hearkening back to what Professor Marie-Claire Cordinier pointed out earlier today, there is a hard work of building together when we're trying to go fast together in order to reach the kind of human rights outcomes that we have talked about from the very beginning. For our part, here at Notre Dame Law School's Global Human Rights Clinic, we intentionally foster an interdisciplinary environment that engages our law students in the hard work of understanding how crucial and enduring the artifact or the discipline of law is to how we build our societies towards peace and prosperity, towards vindicating the fundamental human rights of every single person, their dignity and worth, and living a life of virtue to this end, to understanding how we protect our common home, its finite resources, the precarity that unequally affects so many throughout the world, and most importantly, how do we build to uplift the most vulnerable in the world? Today's symposium on Notre Dame Day was our offering to the Notre Dame community, especially out of gratitude to the kind of environment that is fostered by the leadership of the university with Father Bob, Father Dan Grudy, among others, as well as the leadership of the law school with Dean Marcus Cole and colleagues that I'm very fortunate to have here at the clinic with our staff attorney and our supervising lawyers, our students, our non-law students and undergraduates who participate in our work, our alumni partners of human rights lawyers all over the world from our human rights program that now dates around 50 years. It has been a tremendous blessing, and as I like to remind our students, human rights work really does begin with the human, but unlike the traditional perceptions of thinking of human rights as simply an allocation of responsibility, it is also about, in the first instance, learning how to build a dialogue on those shared values of humanity from whichever part of the world, whichever demographic, and whichever lived experience we come from. Learning how to build cooperation strategies, even when adverse circumstances or crises may cause us to pivot and rethink how institutions do things, how advocacy must be done, how collaboration must be done in a changing climate where risks remain as urgent and as pressing as ever. But the global fostering of this conversation, our duty to educate, our duty to motivate and inform policies and programs. You just heard from Mr. Christopher Stephens on what the World Bank Group admirably does in informing its programs and policies from the prism of human rights and basic virtues and values that vindicate the dignity and worth of the human person. It may seem for many who have written in and who have sent emails to us at Notre Dame Law School, and especially to me over the past weeks, that this seems like a time of so much change, a time that could be discouraging in light of so many disruptions, so many changes, and so many crises. The one thing, however, that is humbling for me to witness, even as a scholar from the Global South who teaches here in the Global North, is that crises are actually quite constant. What impels our work together, our shared work in interdisciplinary strategizing, interdisciplinary building on how to realize human rights outcomes, how to save our planet collectively and get us to net zero neutrality, how to envision a world of development, of adequate living standards for all that does not jeopardize or prejudice our future generations. What motivates all of us here at Notre Dame, especially at the Global Human Rights Clinic, which has only been in existence for 3 semesters, but has already been very fortunate to have done so many cases and projects together across multiple fields. What motivates all of us is that fundamentally it is about recognizing how we look at each other as humans with the dignity and worth of a human person. And knowing how to look at each other as humans with the dignity and worth of the human person, how do we begin to communicate? How do we begin to build? How do we begin to recognize the things we share, not just the things that divide us? And how do we begin to think about how to cooperate and eventually how to see a world where it is not only specific interests of the one, but the common good of all. I hope today has been, just as I have felt, a very inspiring day, given our roster of speakers with their tremendous experience. But from us here at Notre Dame Law School, where the day is almost ending, and especially to my colleague Jean-Marc Brissot, our staff attorney, our legal fellows, Jose Maria Rodriguez and Irene Pomblanco, our research associate Salia Mil, our coordinator Rita Cueva, our students, faculty, and staff, we're extremely grateful to have delivered the second Symposium on Human Rights, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development. Our work goes on together, and the reassurance here is that this work can be done, is already being done, and will continue to be done together, whatever the climate of adversity, whatever the challenges of disruption may take place. This is precisely the time to do the work with even more force than before. Thank you so much to everybody, and we are grateful from the University of Notre Dame, from Notre Dame Law School. Thank you for your participation, and we look forward to collaborations in the years to come.
Recording stopped.